The study of monsters is the study of our world itself. They appear in our stories, shape our cities, and resist our progress. So it is that the Hunters Guild, originally tasked with merely hunting these beasts, has become the foremost authority in the research and cataloging of not just monsters and how to hunt them, but their evolution, their ecology, and their relation to us across history. In hindsight, many separate the progression and development of the guild into distinct eras of research, often called generations. The first generation was the beginning, the first step at organizing human knowledge and expertise to understand monster kind. This was an era that focused on taking the wisdoms of village elders and frontier traditions and compiling them into a scientific basis for study and observation. With this bedrock in place, the Hunters Guild entered its second generation, one that was defined by expeditions to foreign lands, veneration of ancient myths and ruins, and, ultimately, the beginning of serious, organized Elder Dragon research. It was a tumultuous time, but one that led to the discovery of many fascinating inhabitants of our world. The world is filled with a near endless variety of creatures and monsters. Small or large, docile or bloodthirsty, nearly any being one could imagine likely exists out there, waiting to be discovered. One group of monsters that has proven extraordinarily fruitful to research is that of the flying wyvern. Defined by its members possessing winged frontal limbs, this classification is by far the most diverse ever described by the Hunters Guild. It is undoubtedly the most prolific class of monsters, one that has conquered nearly every kind of habitat and niche imaginable. It is also a group that has been extensively studied, so much so that a likely candidate for their origin has long since been suggested. The Wyvern Rex, an extinct species of monster that is believed to be the ancestor of all flying wyvern. Most reconstructions imagine it as a slinking fiend, whose winged forelimbs were mostly used to walk on land rather than fly. From this shared ancestry, flying wyvern took over the world, spreading their wings across vast habitats and largely abandoning the lifestyle of the Wyvern Rex. And yet, not all descendants of the Wyvern Rex are so different. Today, there are 3 known families of flying wyvern that still use their forelimbs for walking. And one of them leads a life unlike any other flying wyvern. East of the central Old World continent lies Fonron, a mysterious landmass filled with relics and ruins of civilizations long gone. Lost cities and decrepit temples line its surface. And in the south of Fonron lies a sea of trees, an endless expanse of flora, enormous trees and dense bushes forming a massive jungle. The guild calls it the Great Forest and designates it as a challenging hunting ground. Here, in the shaded wilderness, under the towering canopies, hunters discovered the Nargacuga, a powerful and swift flying wyvern. Even at first glance, the Nargacuga stands out from other flying wyvern. It possesses a hard beak for a mouth. Its body is partially covered in jet black fur as well as dark scales, and its wings are able to be partially folded between its long, bladed phalange. It's a bizarre sight unlike most flying wyvern, but one that explains itself as the creature's life and behaviors are observed. Nargacuga are ambush predators, meaning that they hunt by sneaking up on prey and pouncing on it, using the element of surprise as a deadly weapon. In a forest this dense, it's a very valuable strategy. For this to work, the predator in question must have certain characteristics: stealth, speed, flexibility, a high degree of perception in order to locate and track prey, as well as a backup plan should the initial ambush fail. The Nargacuga has evolved to display all of these characteristics. Its thick fur is a compromise aimed at maximizing speed and stealth. A heavy armor shell, like that of other flying wyvern, would both slow the Nargacuga down and make its movements louder. So instead, it grows a coat of hair-like filaments over a simple scale skin. This allows for silent and fast movements while also providing decent protection. While some Nargacuga may look downright fluffy, their fur is actually quite stiff and sturdy, able to resist a surprising amount of force. The coat's black color, meanwhile, helps the Nargacuga blend into its environment, as it generally hunts at night among the thick foliage, a solid sea of pitch black. Its folded wings and phalange serve a dual purpose, both for hunting and for perception. Nargacuga are classified as part of the false-foot wyvern infraorder, a group of flying wyverns that retained the Wyvern Rex quadruped body plan, but that are nonetheless able to use their wings for either limited or full flight. In the Nargacuga's case, its wings can still be used to fly, and, more importantly, to glide between the massive trees of its home forest. This is, however, not the main benefit of its unique wing structure. Its large phalange are highly mobile, able to be swayed and angled rapidly and accurately. This mechanism is what folds and unfolds the wing membranes, but it also enables the Nargacuga's most fascinating ability. By rapidly shaking the phalange, a distinct sound is created that is then used for echolocation. As the sound bounces around the environment, the wyvern's excellent hearing is able to map out its surroundings accurately, an extremely useful supplement to the Nargacuga's acute eyesight, and an invaluable tool in the dead of night. These phalange also serve as one of the wyvern's primary methods of attack. The outermost phalange sports a sharp edge, making it a powerful blade that can cut through both foliage and flesh. While this can be useful for cutting through the dense flora of the jungle, this is mainly the Nargacuga's preferred method of killing prey. When lunging at its target from the darkness, Nargacuga are known to swing their wing arms forward with the bladed phalange extended, slashing their victim and often killing them instantly, if not outright cleaving them apart. Should this somehow not be enough, it does have a secondary weapon it can use: its long, prehensile tail. Nargacuga can swing their tails with astonishing force, and very few targets can survive a direct hit. This tail swing also has a much wider range than one might expect. Specialized cartilage that sits between the bones of the tail allow the entire limb to stretch like rubber when affected by the centrifugal force of the swing. This extends the reach of this attack, letting it hit victims even when they thought they were at a safe distance. And if a target should somehow escape the blade and the tail, the Nargacuga has one last ace up its sleeve. At the tip of the tail, the wyvern grows a bundle of specialized scales, similar in shape to long feathered darts. Unlike feathers, however, these scales have sharp edges and can be detached from the tail at will. This grants the Nargacuga a long-distance attack, wherein it swings its tail above its head to launch these dart scales at escaping prey. Their sharp edges cut through victims like blades, and can still be dangerous even if they miss. Stepping on one that has landed on the ground is sure to tear up the unfortunate victim's feet. Equipped with all of these adaptations, the Nargacuga is a shrewd predator and an overall prolific monster. It spends its nights hunting while resting during the day. It was long considered to be strictly nocturnal, but recent observations have shown that it can indeed be active during the day, if only to sunbathe and hydrate itself. As specialized as this wyvern is for quick kills and bursts of speed, it does not seek out prolonged contests of power. However, like all wild animals, it will sometimes encounter a rival, be they human or monster, that must be driven off one way or another. During these territorial disputes, the Nargacuga employs a terrifying threat display. By extending its phalange as wide as possible, the wyvern shows off its sharp blades as a warning. Simultaneously, its tail will begin twitching high up in the air as the dart scales on its end stand erect, bushing the tail tip and displaying the Nargacuga's weapons. Finally, as the wyvern grows more agitated, its most notorious display emerges. Around the eyes and inside the ears, the Nargacuga's skin is particularly translucent, allowing blood vessels to be seen clearly. When enraged, these patches of skin begin to glow with a bright red due to increased blood flow, giving the Nargacuga a frightening appearance. This trailing red glow around its eyes is the final warning any opponent will get. The wyvern will attack very soon after it appears. In prolonged combat, the Nargacuga can stand its ground admirably. Between its violent wing slashes and devastating tail slams, it can prove a fierce opponent. It is also an intelligent creature, leaping around the field to reposition itself advantageously, performing complex strategies, and even escaping man-made traps with ease. It can run into trouble under certain circumstances though. Its eyes and ears are exceptionally sharp, and as a result, very sensitive. Both senses can easily be overwhelmed by loud noises or flashes of light respectively. Should this happen, the Nargacuga will often fly into a wrathful frenzy, lashing out with none of the intelligence and cunning it usually displays. While it is a truly ferocious threat in this state, its brutish behavior and single-minded obsession can be exploited and outmaneuvered by its foe. Nevertheless, the Nargacuga is generally a very successful genus. Even before the wyvern was officially discovered and described by the Hunters Guild, equipment and weapons featuring its dark scales and fangs would sometimes be spotted on foreign warriors passing through Dundorma. Following its discovery in Fonron, Nargacuga were found to live in a wide variety of habitats across all 3 known continents. With such proliferation naturally comes variation. Even within the common black species, Nargacuga tenebris, there are different types of Nargacuga depending on specific habitat and ancestry. In the Great Forest alone, various color morphs of Nargacuga are known to exist. While the majority sport the iconic jet black fur, individuals with varying shades of blue and even white albinos have been spotted in the past. While it isn't understood yet quite how this color variation works, it seems that the rarest kind of Nargacuga tenebris has a deep blue coat. Regional variation is also a factor, as different environments cause the same creature to prioritize different aspects of itself as it spends time there across the generations. There are generally believed to be 3 regional variations of Nargacuga tenebris, corresponding to the 3 continents. Fonron Nargacuga were discovered first, and are defined by the predominantly arboreal lifestyle, as well as an overall slender frame. They can sometimes be seen walking only on their hind legs, and will use their wings liberally to glide and fly between trees. These Nargacuga can uniquely be tracked through the trees by observing branches. The wyvern's wing blades leave small, shallow cuts in the bark, a telltale sign of a Nargacuga's path. Old World Nargacuga inhabit the central continent, and are noticeably larger than their Fonronian counterpart. This additional muscle mass is a result of a changed lifestyle. The Old World continent holds many wonders, but one thing it does not have is a massive forest with trees as large and sturdy as those in the Great Forest. Due to this, Old World Nargacuga do not predominantly live in trees. While some regions may have isolated trees large enough to rest on, such as the misty peaks near Yukumo, Old World Nargacuga generally dwell on the ground, and can therefore afford to be heavier and more muscular than the light and slender Fonronian variation. New World Nargacuga are the most drastic regional variation. Like the Old World variation, they too live primarily on the ground, displaying a similarly enhanced musculature. While it does prowl the ancient trees of the New World, those trees are so thick and large that they are essentially indistinguishable from solid ground, thus not encouraging arboreal adaptations. The New World's Nargacuga's front limbs are especially bulky. Perhaps as a consequence of this variation exclusively walks on all fours and, more shockingly, has never been observed flying. It is believed that their wing membranes are entirely vestigial. Their other major difference compared to the other variations lies in the tail. The tail spikes of New World Nargacuga do not have smooth, sharp edges, but are instead serrated and jagged. They do not cut as much as they rip and tear, causing severe bleeding and horrific open wounds. This gives New World Nargacuga an additional option while hunting. Should the initial killing blow fail, the wyvern can simply retreat and stalk its prey from afar, watching it bleed out and perish due to the injury sustained from the tail spikes. Besides the regional variations within Nargacuga tenebris, the genus Nargacuga contains 2 more species, both rarer than the black species. In lush, humid environments, one may find the green Nargacuga, a species of Nargacuga sporting an eponymous green coat of fur. While the black species uses its dark coloration to blend into the night, the green Nargacuga's coat is more specifically suited to hide among foliage. This difference has led guild scholars to theorize that the green Nargacuga might hunt partially or even mainly during the day, where this coloration would just be more advantageous than a black one. Green Nargacuga have also been noted to utilize their tail more often and with more precision than the black species. The tail is also where the green Nargacuga's other major adaptation can be found. Like the New World Nargacuga, its tail spikes are modified. Instead of having a sharp edge or a serrated edge, the tail spikes of the green Nargacuga are blunt, with special fibers that maximize impact. Instead of cutting or tearing, these spikes are meant to bludgeon targets, breaking bones and causing concussions. The third species of Nargacuga is so exceptionally rare that its actual natural habitat has not yet been determined. It has only ever been sighted in the ruined cities of Fonron, ancient sites that often attract powerful monsters. Here, at night, hunters have very rarely laid their eyes upon the lucent Nargacuga. Despite appearing in Fonron, its musculature is quite developed. Its silvery white coat stands out drastically compared to its cousins. This coloration does not help with camouflage, because it doesn't need to. In a truly astounding example of evolution's ingenuity, the lucent Nargacuga can go invisible. This ability is not yet fully understood, but it appears that through a complex interplay of the wyvern's fur, the underlying scales, and its highly reflective wing blades, the lucent Nargacuga's body is able to bend moonlight in a way that creates a mirage, rendering the creature invisible. This seems to be a highly delicate process, as the wyvern is extremely protective of its fur. It also only seems to work with moonlight. Sunlight may be too strong for the effect to work properly. It also needs the night to be foggy, as lucent Nargacugas seem to avoid clear nights. Either way, this ability makes the lucent Nargacuga an unparalleled predator at night, able to vanish into thin air at will. Like many of the other Nargacuga variations, it also has its own unique tail adaptation. Its tail spikes contain a deadly venom, which makes the lucent Nargacuga's invisible ambushes nearly impossible to survive. While the production of this venom is not yet understood, it seems to require physical effort to activate. Lucent Nargacuga have to shake their tail to set up their venomous spikes before being able to use them. With such a prolific lifestyle, diversity of species, and wide habitats, it should come as no surprise perhaps that Nargacuga are also able to produce deviants, abnormal individuals created by specific factors and generally characterized by posing an immense threat to their environments and sometimes themselves. Deviants only occur very rarely, but with a population as thriving as the Nargacuga, it's merely a matter of time. Deviant Nargacuga are called Silverwind Nargacuga, and occur when an exceptionally skilled Nargacuga reaches old age. The name is derived from the white streaks that pepper the aging wyvern's coat. While the natural lifespan of Nargacuga is not known, which is the case for most monsters, it is assumed that in order to become a Silverwind, an individual must surpass the species' regular lifespan somewhat. Silverwind Nargacuga are fierce individuals. Their lifetime of experience makes them cunning hunters, and untold years' worth of practice has honed their attacks to perfection. Despite their presumed age, these wyvern haven't slowed down and can easily keep up with their younger brethren. They also display increased precision with their tail spikes. But what truly sets them apart is one ability, unseen in any other confirmed creature. The tail of the Silverwind Nargacuga can reach absurd speeds when swung, to the point where it produces gales of wind pressure that shoot forth from it. These blades of air are not mere breezes. They are able to cut through flesh like a sword, killing prey from afar. Combined with the wyvern's speed, the Silverwind Nargacuga is exceptionally dangerous, and the guild keeps a close eye on them whenever they emerge. Hunters seeking to slay a deviant must have a special permit. It is creatures such as these that remind us just how diverse the world really is. There appears to be no limit to the variety and ingenuity that nature is capable of. So what else are we to do but to record, study, and marvel at this world of monsters? To study our world is a privilege, and one that the Hunters Guild takes very seriously. While it is first and foremost an organization aimed at protecting civilians and pushing back against the threat of monsters, their academic work is equally as impressive. Libraries across all major guild cities have amassed vast troves of knowledge on monster behavior, ecology, anatomy, and more. This wealth of information is carefully curated and categorized by scholars and scriveners, forming the body of scientific prowess the guild now holds so dear. Many of these insights were collected as a result of hunters facing these creatures day in and day out. And in turn, the more knowledge is accrued, the more it aids in further hunting operations. Thanks to these efforts, the Hunters Guild is among the most prolific curators of scientific advances and breakthroughs known to us today. One of its greatest achievements is the creation of various phylogenies, diagrams that describe the relations between species of monsters. It was an arduous task, and one that is updated frequently to this day. But even more impressive are the attempts at creating such lineage trees for extinct species. Despite many difficulties, the guild has managed to maintain and analyze a respectable fossil record. While it has obvious gaps, such as jungles which produce little to no fossils, it is a wide enough collection to allow for some assumptions and reconstructions of the past to be made. The single most successful reconstruction of this kind is the lineage of bird wyvern. Classified into the suborder Avepoda, bird wyvern are an abundant class of monsters that can be found in nearly any habitat. They are also a very ancient group of monsters, with its earliest representatives appearing even before the long-gone wyvern rex. This wealth of species and ancient lineage made them the perfect starting point when trying to construct a possible history of wyvern, and so the guild went to work. One extremely helpful moment in this effort was the discovery of a certain bird wyvern, whose body and life gave many clues to those of its ancestors. In the deep jungles of southern Fonron, researchers discovered a living fossil, the Hypnocatrice. Despite being covered in bright feathers said to shine in 7 different colors, this bird wyvern long eluded the guild. Fonron is vast, and the Hypnocatrice seems to have a fairly small habitat range, while also being somewhat rare. But this discovery was worth it, because the Hypnocatrice is a creature whose body has not changed much for millennia. Isolated in this deep green paradise, it did not need to buckle under many evolutionary pressures, standing as a remnant of species long gone. It was thanks to insights gained through its discovery that the history of bird wyvern was finally reconstructed thusly. Long ago, before even the wyvern rex, there was a wyvern now called Iguru Ebisu. It is considered the originator of all bird wyvern and the first member of Avepoda. It was a large, feathered creature that is believed to have been an extremely agile flyer, outmaneuvering prey while airborne and skewering them with its spear-like beak. Its long legs were quite stiff and inflexible by comparison. For reasons that are currently still unknown, the Iguruebisu split off into two separate lineages. One descendant line began losing its wings gradually, developing stronger legs over time. The earliest known representative of this lineage is called the Keputosu, a somewhat pitiful creature caught between evolutionary pressures. This featherless whelp had degenerated wings that were bad at flying, and still developing legs that were bad at running. Despite this, it managed to survive long enough to spawn one of the two major groups of modern bird wyvern, the runner wyvern, flightless, raptor-like creatures. The other descendant of Iguruebisu, meanwhile, retained its wings, and began iterating on its ancestors' existing body plan. The oldest representative of this branch is the Borudoru, which had a much more developed beak, strong wings and stronger legs, and hard scales interspersed between its feathers. It gave rise to the second major group of modern bird wyverns, the true bird wyverns, defined by their large, functional wings. And this is where the discovery of the Hypnocatrice was essential. It is nearly identical to the Borudoru, so much so that it was initially suggested to be a survivor of that exact species. However, more detailed analysis has shown that the Hypnocatrice is something equally as exciting. A direct, mostly unchanged descendant of this extinct creature, possibly the oldest extant species of bird wyvern. Thus, its physiology and ecology can give us a glimpse into that distant past. Like its direct ancestor, the Hypnocatrice has a varied diet, including both plant and animal matter, with the latter being its preferred nutrition. Its bizarre beak aids in this. The outward angled spikes jutting from it help both in tearing through fibrous plants like ferns and shrubs, and in skewering small fish near the surface of the water. In addition to this, it can also use its legs to grab hold of prey before eating it. Its beak can, however, not chew, and so, like many other known animals, it must rely on gastroliths, small rocks that it swallows regularly that sit in the stomach and help break down the larger fibers the Hypnocatrice may ingest on occasion. Curiously, while many animals are known to use gastroliths, the Hypnocatrice is the only known bird wyvern to use them. Prowling the great forest, the Hypnocatrice lives a simple and solitary life, only pairing up during the mating season when their feathers become even more brilliant. Sometimes, a Hypnocatrice may encounter an enemy, be it another bird wyvern, a larger predator, or even a hunter. It is in these moments that the creature shows its cunning nature. Hypnocatrice are generally somewhat timid creatures, uninterested in direct conflict. But they are also known to be opportunistically cruel. If they see a chance to bully and beat a weaker opponent, they will absolutely do so. In these cases, the Hypnocatrice is a brutal foe, kicking and pecking its target to death fairly effectively. But should it decide that the opponent is in fact too powerful, the bird wyvern will use a special escape tactic. In its body, the Hypnocatrice has a special organ called a sleep sac. This structure collects a certain kind of chemical from the bird wyvern's diet, soporific substances, found in the sleep herbs and sleepy fish that the animal eats. These substances are then concentrated in a sleep sac as a mucus, which the Hypnocatrice can spit out of its mouth on command. This mucus can knock out large creatures near instantly, putting them into a deep state of sleep. Using this ability, the Hypnocatrice can incapacitate an enemy and either choose to kill the vulnerable foe or simply escape the scene. This sleep mucus gives the Hypnocatrice an extremely potent weapon, and as a result, few monsters dare harass it. Its tough scale armor under its feathers is also much more resilient than one might expect, so it is by no means an easy target. That, has however not stopped everyone, namely humans. Both hunters and poachers have on numerous occasions gone out of their way to hunt Hypnocatrice due to its highly precious materials. The feathers on the backside of the wyvern are beautiful and a popular component for making lavish jewelry. Additionally, Hypnocatrices are known to routinely spit out their old gastroliths once they become worn down, abandoning them and searching for new ones. Old Hypnocatrice gastroliths are called bezoar stones, and have a distinct surface carved by the wyvern's stomach acid. They are considered quite valuable by blacksmiths due to their many uses in armor crafting. Despite the value of Hypnoc materials, the guild only rarely receives requests or assignments related to Hypnocatrice. They tend to stick to remote regions such as the Great Forest of Funron, where they usually don't bother anyone enough to justify a hunting quest. The only hunters that still regularly cite Hypnocatrice are those of Mesoporta, a district of Dandorma that employs its own semi-independent union of hunters called the Frontier Corps. These frontier hunters claim to have seen and fought many different kinds of Hypnocatrice, bright purple and gold and white. While the guild highly values the skill and experience of the Frontier Corps, these reports have so far not been verified. Creatures such as the Hypnocatrice stand as vanguards against time. Pillars of an era long gone that keep alive the past through their very existence. And it is our duty, and our privilege, to study and observe them as we unravel ever more about this world we call home. Life never stands still. The world is a hectic place. Everything is always on the move. It is never quite enough to simply capture a snapshot of life at any given instance. Part of nature's beauty lies in the ways it shifts and changes. The land comes to life in a concerto of color one day, to then enter a deep white slumber on another day. The sky dances in shapes seen never before and never again, not content with ever halting its performance. And of course, young, fragile creatures mature, evolve, age, and die. Every moment is precious, every insight valuable. This specific kind of insight, the ability to study subjects across time, is a luxury the Hunters Guild usually lacks. Primarily concerned with mitigating the threat of monster-to-human encounters, the guild only rarely manages to observe monsters across their various life stages. After all, the overwhelming majority of the incidents that the guild is concerned with happen with adult monsters. In fact, for the vast majority of monsters, their juvenile state has either never been sighted or only been spotted a scant few times. This creates a sizable hole in the scientific canon of the guild, and makes the cases in which a full life cycle has been observed that much more valuable. One such case can be found in jungles and deserts, where the soil is light and the sun burns hot. Here, an attentive observer might stumble across a small, jittering dune of sand, blowing air out from the ground like a small spout. On closer inspection, this curious formation will erupt and reveal itself to be a hermitor sitting in its favorite spot. Hermitors are carapaceons, a fairly small class of monsters that are all part of the decapods. They are related to many non-monster animals, such as crabs and lobsters, a relation that can be plainly seen in the very crab-like hermitors. They are specifically part of the infraorder Brachyura, meaning short tail. This refers to the fact that hermitors, just like regular true crabs, have short tails that are folded under the body and usually invisible. Where hermitors differ from regular crabs is their size. Even the smallest hermitor is comparable in size to the spider crab, the largest regular crab. Their characteristic red shells are also notably more durable than anything seen in regular crustaceans, and are able to even deflect some human weapons. Their only weak spot is a squishy backside, which they protect by covering their backs in bony shells that they find early on in life, similar to hermit crabs. Due to these impressive defenses, hermitors live fairly unbothered lives. Most predators simply do not consider the effort of cracking one open worth their time. And so, hermitors sit in the sand for most of the day, using their pincers to feed on all sorts of small delicacies. Those living in the desert may devour small sand critters and mud dwellers near oases, while jungle hermitors may spend more of their energy to eat small fish at the beach or peel off nutritious moss from rocks. They may also sometimes attempt to ambush smaller animals by burying themselves entirely in the sand and leaping at prey when it gets close. How successful this strategy actually is has not been definitively determined yet. Hermitors do not pose a threat to humans most of the time. While they can be somewhat aggressive if you get too close, they generally tend to themselves. This, coupled with their close relation to regular crabs, actually sparked some debate when they were first discovered. Was it really worth it to consider them monsters under the jurisdiction of the Hunters Guild? If they don't threaten humans and are so similar to creatures that we already don't call monsters, is it really appropriate to make them the guild's responsibility? This discussion was luckily quickly laid to rest after one crucial discovery was made. The commonly seen hermitors were actually all juveniles. Based on how much more frequently hermitors are observed in this state, it is generally assumed that these carapaceons spend a long time as juveniles. It is currently unclear what triggers their metamorphosis, as well as how old these juveniles actually have to be at minimum to experience it. What is, however, known is that at some point in their lives, hermitors experience a growth spurt. In the process of this growth, the bony shell on their backs eventually becomes too small for them. Once the hermitors reach that critical size, where none of their juvenile shells fit them anymore, they burrow deep underground in search of a very special defensive tool. Not long after that, they emerge fully grown, an ancient wyvern skull attached to their back, ready to claim the title bestowed to these enormous adults, Daimyo Hermitor. And they are monstrous indeed. Up to 6 meters tall, these behemoths prowl the same areas as their young brethren, joining them in their foraging and keeping the entire group safe merely by their presence. Unlike their younger brothers, however, Daimyo Hermitors also spend a lot of time traveling underground, using their powerful pincers to dig across vast distances while surveying their surroundings with an impeccable sense of hearing. Daimyo Hermitors are passive giants, and not particularly aggressive. They can, however, become defensive when spotting an unknown creature, which is when their fearsome abilities come into play. Their red shell is many times tougher than that of the juvenile Hermitor, but it is also extremely light. Due to this, the Daimyo Hermitor can move shockingly fast, outmaneuvering enemies and closing distances quickly. Its enormous claws can do tremendous damage, as they are now specialized in picking apart large prey. The claws can also serve as shields, as their large surface is covered in hardened carapace that can easily withstand most attacks. It can also produce a pressurized stream of water from its mandibles, giving it a powerful ranged attack option. But perhaps its most ferocious method of attack is how it uses its shell. Daimyo Hermitars almost exclusively choose the skulls of ancient giant wyvern as their shells. These skulls resemble that of the modern monoblos, while being much larger in size generally. Some researchers believe that these skulls may be the remains of an ancient ancestor of the horn wyverns, who may have been plentiful and whose bodies now saturate the underground. This has, however, not been verified as of now. Wherever these skulls may come from, what is an undeniable truth is that Daimyo Hermitars are exceptionally skilled at using them. While the skull offers defense just as it is, the drill-like horn of the deceased wyvern can also be used for devastating attacks. Thanks to its powerful legs, the Hermitor can launch itself backwards towards enemies in an attempt to skewer them, or leap up above them to crush them. Its agility, coupled with its defense and destructive power, make the Daimyo Hermitor quite formidable. And yet, both licensed hunters and illegal poachers commonly attempt to slay adult Hermitors despite all of these defenses. The reason for this lies in the Carapaceon's abdomen. Here, ingested sand and bodily fluids mix and compress over the Hermitor's lifetime to form a beautiful pearl, as shiny as it is valuable. It is a treasure well worth risking life and limb for. Experienced hunters also know how to exploit the Hermitor's main weakness, its sense of hearing. In order to navigate underground, the Daimyo Hermitor uses its acute hearing to map out its surroundings. While that is quite useful, it can be the monster's downfall. A well-timed sonic bomb can startle and fluster the creature, breaking up its defensive posture and leaving it wide open. This opportunity is thus often exploited by those who wish to claim the daimyo's treasure. Generally though, Hermitors do not cause too much trouble. A daimyo wandering too close to established travel routes or appearing near a settlement does incite concern and retaliation, but the guild usually handles those cases quite quickly. The larger impact of the Hermitors is their role as a scientific research subject. Being able to observe a monster across its entire lifespan and across its various forms like this is exceptionally rare, and has already provided crucial insights into the life of extant megafauna. One breakthrough the guild is still hoping for is to actually witness the exact moment a Hermitor becomes a daimyo. An unlikely dream, since that transformation seems to happen underground. Another area of guild science the Hermitors impacted was the classification of subspecies. In the early days of the guild, the term subspecies was attached quite liberally to describe any instance or sighting of an altered or unusual variation of a previously known monster. This was, like many early guild conventions, mostly a functional decision, a way to let hunters in the field know in a single word that they'd be dealing with something familiar but different. This thoroughly unscientific approach attracted much ire and criticism over the years, however. If the guild was to become a serious repository of knowledge and research on monsters, it had to dedicate itself to actually classify the world in a consistent scientific manner. The vestiges of this debate are still playing out to this day, as various monster subspecies are still getting re-evaluated for reclassification. And one of the most important cases in this paradigm shift was that of the Plum Daimyo Hermitor. It superficially appears to be a different species of Hermitor. Its body structure is nearly identical, but its shell displays a deep purple coloration rather than the typical red. They are roughly the same size as a red Daimyo Hermitor, but tend to carry a different kind of skull on their backs. While red daimyos seem to prefer skulls resembling those of giant monoblos, plum daimyos are often seen wearing the skulls of ancient giant diablos. Like their red brothers, plum daimyos are quite agile, maybe even more so. They are also notably more aggressive, and use their water beam more liberally. All in all, they fulfilled many of the typical characteristics of a separate, but highly related species. So, the Plum Daimyo Hermitor was classified as a subspecies of the Hermitor genus. But almost immediately, a problem arose. While Plum Daimyo Hermitors were sighted on multiple occasions, no one had ever seen a juvenile Plum Hermitor, which remains true to this very day. Considering that juvenile Hermitors are so abundant compared to their adult counterparts, this discrepancy aroused suspicion among researchers. Even after tiresome investigation, no small Hermitor displaying this purple coloration was ever found. If the Plum Hermitor truly was a subspecies, one would expect to find its juveniles right along the red ones. This caused a new hypothesis to arise. The Plum Daimyo Hermitor was not a distinct species, but a common discoloration in adult Hermitors. The fact that no juveniles of this color have ever been found suggests that this change in coloration occurs during or around the moment of maturity. Not long after, a possible cause for this was proposed. Plum Daimyo Hermitors were noted to be much more picky eaters than their red brothers, sticking to a specific species of fish. It was thus possible that their coloration, as well as their behavioral differences, were a consequence of this altered diet. More research is still being conducted, but the major impact of this case was that it further emphasized the importance of revisiting old subspecies classifications and verifying if they still hold up to scrutiny. So while many guild textbooks still name the Plum Daimyo Hermitor as a subspecies, it is functionally much closer to a variant, an altered individual, rather than a genetically distinct species. The Plum Daimyo is, however, not the only known variation of the Hermitor species. These carapacians are also affected by deviation, the phenomenon where unique factors and highly unusual changes produce exceedingly powerful individuals within a species. Deviant Hermitors are known as Stonefist Hermitors, and are, like all deviants, exceptionally rare. It is not known exactly what causes a regular Hermitor to grow into this monstrosity. Some research has suggested that it may be due to a rare endocrine defect that results in hormonal imbalance. Either way, Stonefist Hermitors are defined by their enormous size, easily dwarfing even the largest regular daimyos. Their shell is darkened and their claws are enlarged, with the left claw being disproportionately enormous, as well as sporting a unique coloration and pattern. Due to their size, they also seek out even larger monoblos skulls, likely buried deeper in the earth. Like all deviants, Stonefist Hermitors are quite dangerous. At their size, even a sporadic temper tantrum turns into a walking catastrophe. Subduing one of these behemoths is no easy task either. Their dark shell is many times harder than that of regular Hermitors, sturdy enough to even deflect bullets and armed projectiles. Their enlarged left claw, the eponymous Stone Fist, can be used to bludgeon and crush enemies with devastating power, able to pulverize solid rock with ease. It is thus lucky for everyone that Stonefist Hermitors do not emerge frequently. The Hermitor is by far the most commonly cited Carapacian species. That is in part due to their large populations, but it's also a result of their habitats. Hermitors inhabit warm areas, such as deserts, jungles, and forested valleys. Not just that, but these red Carapacians spend most of their time out in the open, sitting on beaches and oases lightly covered in sand. It is thus quite easy for humans to stumble upon them. Of the 3 confirmed genuses of Carapacians, Hermitors are the most thoroughly researched for that very reason. Which is not to say that the guild has gathered no information on the other Carapacians. Within Brachyura, the same infraorder that includes the Hermitor, one also finds the red crab's closest relative. But in order to observe it out in the wild, one must visit landscapes quite unlike the Hermitor's sunny home. For this crab dwells in the harsh corners of the world, in marshes and volcanic caves. Only in these rough environments can one encounter a Chianator. Superficially, they resemble their relatives. Like the Hermitor, Chianators are roughly crab-like in appearance, while being much larger than most known regular crabs. Also like the Hermitor, Chianators protect their backs with a thick bony shell that must be replaced as the creature grows. Both species also tend to form small groups of 2 to 4 individuals, in which they don't exactly cooperate and rather simply stay near each other for protection. There are, however, some notable differences. While Hermitors can be somewhat territorial and have a fierce reputation, especially within the novice halls of Dundorma, they mostly stick to themselves and back off once their immediate surroundings seem safe. Chianators, meanwhile, are downright aggressive, chasing down interlopers relentlessly and descending onto any creature that crosses their path. This increased aggression is likely a result of their different lifestyle. Chianators live predominantly in caves, where they snack on insects and small critters. They are even known to nibble on mineral deposits from time to time. Their caves are their kingdom, and they defend it much more jealously than their red cousins defend their beaches. This aggressive behavior is also necessary for another food source for the Chianator: the kills of other predators. Unlike the Hermitor, Chianator also actively scavenge corpses of larger animals, which sometimes involves a standoff with the predator that actually secured the bounty. The Chianator may be small, but with their fiery temper and ambitious bravado, a trio of them are known to be able to chase off other monsters somewhat regularly, if only temporarily, giving the crabs a chance to steal a few morsels before scuttling off. An intense life like this requires some physical adaptations. The blue shell of the Chianator is not quite as sturdy as the Hermitors. This minor reduction in defense has a massive payoff. The shell is even lighter, allowing for much faster movement. In order to take full advantage of this, the Chianator have developed strong legs with highly flexible joints. Combined, these two features make the Chianator an extremely agile critter. While they may not be as well defended as their red cousins, they can easily run circles around most threats, weaving between attacks and closing distances rapidly. This ability pairs especially well with the Chianator's modified pincers. They are much slimmer and sharper than those of the Hermitor, and can move much faster as well. This enables a hit-and-run strategy, where a Shianator can scuttle around an opponent to disorient them, slash at them rapidly when an opening presents itself, and then retreat just as quickly. Rinse and repeat, and most predators will have to at least consider backing off. Of course, all of these abilities only go so far in mitigating the Shianator's main weakness: its size. While large in comparison with crabs, in a world of monsters, the Shianator is quite diminutive. Facing a powerful opponent can easily spell disaster if approached carelessly. In such situations, the Shianator can rely on its final gambit. Unlike the Hermitor, Shianators actually grow a small venom sac inside their bodies. The venom it produces is quite mild, and is mostly used to be spat at small prey as it tries to escape. This sac is a pretty weak organ overall, and it degenerates over the Shianator's lifespan. And yet, it is the Shianator's trump card. The venom may be weak, but when mixed into the Shianator's mouth, it turns into a deep purple foam, violently gushing out of the Carapacion's mouth. The color and the ferocity of the bubbles, coupled with the Shianator's boisterous demeanor, create a strong bluff that can be surprisingly effective at intimidating larger opponents. While the venom is too weak to meaningfully harm most large monsters, the mere display of it can be enough to make an enemy reconsider, giving the Shianator an opening to escape. In some cases, this strategy can even cause predators to retreat outright. A bold and dangerous tactic, and one that the small Shianator pulls off admirably. But just like the Hermitor, Shianator do not stay small forever. Their commonly seen small stature is in fact also a sign of youth, as just like their cousins, Shianator spend a long time as juveniles. As a Shianator grows, it will eventually grow too big for the small shell on its back, while also simultaneously losing the ability to produce venom, as its venom sac deteriorates and dries up. Once that happens, the Shianator will mimic its cousin and dig deep underground to grow into its enormous adult size. In the same process, it will also look for a new shell to protect its vulnerable backside. Not long after, it will re-emerge as a fully grown adult, now bestowed with the name Shogun Shianator. While the Daimyo Hermitor largely resembles a massively scaled up young Hermitor, the Shogun Shianator undergoes a more drastic transformation. Its head elongates into a tall blue pillar, its legs thicken, and its pincers essentially invert, forming an intricate double-bladed structure. Shogun Shianator are also noted to choose a wider variety of shells. While some may inhabit wyvern skulls, such as those of massive ancient Gravios, many also wear other kinds of hardened fossil structures. Shianators seem to be quite anxious about finding shells, which may be why they are so much less picky about the shells they choose. This anxiety can also be seen in the well-documented fact that should its shell be damaged or broken, a Shogun Shianator will interrupt whatever it was doing to frantically dive into the ground in search of a new shell. It's even been theorized that a Shogun collects suitable shells ahead of time and stores them underground beneath its territory, to have quick and easy access to a new shell at all times. Which proves to be a sound strategy, as Shogun Shianators often find themselves in combat and in need of replacement shells. While their bodies may have changed, they are just as aggressive as they were in their youth, if not even more so. Shoguns are extremely defensive of their territory, and they will not hesitate to attack any who intrude into its caves. Having lost its venom, the Shogun now relies exclusively on its physicality. Its powerful legs retain their agility. And despite its size, the Shogun Shianatar is still exceptionally fast. It can even walk on cave ceilings by digging the sharp ends of its legs into the rock, allowing for another angle of attack. If the shell it currently wears features an appropriate opening, such as the mouth of a wyvern skull, the Shogun can also use a specialized nozzle on its backside to spray a pressurized stream of urine at its enemies. This gives the Carapacion a powerful, foul-smelling, long-ranged option. But its most effective weapons are its modified pincers. They function in two states, folded and unfolded. In the folded state, they largely resemble a battle axe, with a sharp edge that allows for cutting and slashing. The hinge of the pincers is at the top of the structure, allowing the bottom to be opened to grab and pinch objects. In this form, the pincers are quite dangerous already, but their relatively short range makes them seem easy to evade. That is where their second form, the unfolded state, comes into play. By fully extending the hinge of its pincers, the Shogun Shianatar reveals its massive, bladed claws, extending like switchblades and curved like scythes. It's these unique structures that give the Shianatar its nickname, Sickle Crab. These massive blades are extremely sharp and finely serrated. Their edges are covered in a layer of metallic carapace, making them both durable and deadly. A single swipe of them can easily shred an opponent to pieces, and the serrations ensure that the resulting wounds bleed copiously. Thanks to the mobile hinge, these claws can bend and extend flexibly, giving them a much wider range than one might expect. The result of all of this is that the Shogun Shianatar can quickly and brutally cleave its foes apart at nearly any distance. Luckily for everyone, Shogun Shianatars are generally unlikely to cross paths with humans. They are already rarer than Hermitors, and only inhabit cavernous areas that are usually far from human settlements. Like Hermitors, Shogun Shianatars also produce valuable pearls, but the thought of those sickle-like pincers gives most aspiring poachers second thoughts. Very rarely, Shianatar are also hunted for their meat. It is considered an acquired taste, but wealthy gourmands are more than willing to commission a hunting party for this rare treat, usually in anticipation of some large festival or event. Another thing the Shianatar has in common with the Hermitor is its importance for the history of subspecies classification. The discovery that the plum daimyo Hermitor was in fact likely not a separate species but rather a regular Hermitor discolored by its diet was just one of many incidents that led to the still ongoing reform of the guild's phylogeny. Numerous cases are being re-evaluated, and one of them is that of the so-called Shianatar subspecies, the Terra Shogun Shianatar. Defined by a striking orange and red coloration, Terra Shoguns inhabit many of the same areas as regular Shianatars. Just as is the case with the Plum Daimyo, no juveniles of the Terra Shogun Shianatar have ever been sighted. Terra Shoguns are mostly identical to their blue brothers, mostly differing in their behavior. They are considered even more aggressive, preferring to rush down opponents directly. While their legs are just as strong, Terra Shoguns don't seem as keen on climbing on ceilings. Their preference regarding shells also varies. They seemingly seek out the skulls of black gravios specifically, identifiable by the blackened surface of the skull bones. Based on it sharing its habitat with regular Shianatars, the complete lack of Terra juveniles, and the discovery regarding the Plum Daimyo, guild consensus now assumes that the Terra Shogun Shianatar is probably also not a true subspecies, and instead a regular Shogun Shianatar that is discolored due to its diet. What part of its diet caused this coloration has not yet been determined. Nevertheless, its close relation to the Hermitaur and the similarities between the Plum and Terra individuals suggests that the Terra Shogun Shianatar is likely also a case of a misclassified subspecies that is much closer to a variant in reality. One final similarity between the Shianatar and the Hermitaur genuses is that Shianatars can also produce deviants. However, unlike the Hermitaur deviant, the conditions that allow deviants to arise in Shianatar are actually somewhat understood. It is an illustrative example that shows just how absurdly rare deviance actually is. In order for a deviant Shianatar to emerge, 3 conditions must be met. First, very rarely, a Shianatar is born without a venom sac. This seems to be a genetic defect that affects a minuscule part of the population. Second, this venomless Shianatar has to survive until adulthood. Lacking the ability to produce its powerful threat display, as well as being unable to envenomate small prey for easier consumption, venomless Shianatars are unlikely to make it far. The only way they survive is by relying even more heavily on their mobility and their pincers. Should they make it to adulthood, these Shianatars are magnitudes more adept at physical combat due to their long and arduous struggle. Then, the third condition must occur. The venomless Shianatar must, on its search for a suitable shell to reach maturity with, stumble onto the skull of a Glavenus. These brute wyverns possess sharp, ore-covered jaw protrusions that they use in life to sharpen their bladed tails. In death, these protrusions remain on the skull of the beast. Usually, Shianatar ignore these skulls as the dense bones of brute wyvern tend to be too heavy for them. But a venomless Shianatar, whose body has been hardened by adversity, instantly recognizes the immense value of this find. And so, it hoists the Glavenus skull onto its back and engages in a fascinating behavior. The flexible shoulder joints of the Shianatar allow it to move its pincers behind its back and drag them across the skull's ore protrusions. In an incredible display of intelligence, the Shianatar uses the Glavenus skull like a whetstone, much like the skull's owner once would have. In doing so, it sharpens the blades of its pincers even further, making them deadlier than ever. Over the years, as it continues to sharpen itself, the ore on the skull begins to rub off and fuse onto the Shianatar's pincers, discoloring and distorting them. It is at this point that this individual becomes a fully formed deviant, which the guild calls Rustrazor Shianatar. These deviants are thoroughly feared for their destructive power. A lifetime of carrying a heavy Glavenus skull has bulked up this Shianatar's limbs considerably, making it even more physically imposing. The modified pincers are deadly beyond measure, able to cleave apart armor as if it were butter. It overall retains all of the abilities of a regular Shogun Shianatar, but improved and perfected. Rustrazor Shianatars are also not entirely married to their Glavenus skull. While it forms the center of their survival strategy, they do also maintain an underground collection of backup shells, just like regular Shoguns. This allows them to switch shells when necessary, for example to a Gravios shell to allow for their urine beam. One new weakness the Rustrazor Shianatar has to contend with is the composition of its pincer blades. The ore that is now fused into it can be quite sharp and destructive, but it also oxidizes quickly, forming a layer of rust that dulls the Shianatar's blades, hence the name Rustrazor. While this is quickly remedied by another round of sharpening with the skull shell, it does impose an additional stressor onto the deviant, making it generally a lot more nervous and aggressive than it already was. Be that as it may, the Rustraiser Shianatar is a force to be reckoned with, and one best left alone. These two genuses, Hermitar and Shianatar, as well as their variations and deviants, comprise nearly all known Carapaceons. Nearly. There is another, a distant cousin that is so mysterious and elusive that it was long believed to be a myth, a collective illusion created by mass hysteria. In the northwest of the central continent, in the regions of Shrade and the outskirts of Dundorma, many fortresses lay scattered about. These are ancient fortifications, built to repel elder dragons such as the Laoshan Lung, which historically passed through these areas. The legendary battles waged here have produced numerous tales and folklore. One such tale long terrified the children of the ancient continent. Ever so often, scouts would report sightings of an emaciated Laoshan Lung, seemingly reduced to just a skeleton and yet still moving. The stories of this undead dragon were often dismissed as mere hogwash, until a massive Laoshan Lung skull walked right into one of the local fortresses as a team of hunters was manning it. It was not an undead dragon, it was not even a full skeleton, just the skull of an elder dragon, carried on the back of an enormous Carapaceon. This creature would soon after be named Shen Gaoren. Even today, nearly nothing is known about these massive Carapaceons. Despite their size, they have proven extremely hard to track and study, and so most knowledge on the Shen Gaoren is based on the very few chance encounters the guild has had with it. At nearly 24 meters in height, it is easily one of the largest monsters to ever be recorded. Most of this height is due to the creature's disproportionately long legs, paired with equally long arms that end in rather small pincers. Its skin is as hard as metal, nearly impenetrable to any attacks. Being so large and so well defended, the Shen Gaoren moves slowly and with little regard for its surroundings. What on earth could hope to threaten a behemoth like this anyway? Like its fellow Carapaceons, it also has a soft and squishy backside it must protect, which is why it wears the skull of a Laoshan Lung on its back. As Laos are rare to begin with, this feature of the Shen Gaoren is often seen as evidence that their population must be quite small, perhaps only comprising less than 100 individuals. The most peculiar thing about Shen Gaoren is their behavior. They seemingly do not perceive humans as threats worth dealing with, as they will mostly remain calm and disinterested while near them. This calm demeanor, however, changes the moment the Shen Gaoren spots a fortress or similarly large building. Suddenly, the monster turns aggressive, besieging the fortress relentlessly in an attempt to tear it down. Researchers have suggested that in the logic of the Shen Gaoren, the only things that are as large as itself are mountains and other Shen Gaoren. So it might be that the Carapaceon mistakes large man-made structures as rivals it must battle, informing the ferocity with which it assaults the fortresses it encounters. At such a size, the Shen Gaoren does not have to try hard to cause damage. Its legs and arms can tear down walls with ease, and its tough exoskeleton is more than sturdy enough to shake off a few cannonballs. Its most interesting weapon, however, lies in its back. Like the Shianatar, it can expel waste materials from a specialized nozzle in the abdomen. In the Shen Gaoren's case, it can produce large globules of acidic slime, which it can launch to a distance of up to 300 meters. This acid is extremely corrosive, burning through rock and steel rapidly. Unfortunately, It is also known that this acid can dissolve a grown human within a few agonizing minutes. This acid constitutes the most severe threat of a Shengaoren encounter. While it focuses its ire on the fortress, the size, range, and splashability of these acid attacks can cause enormous damage to anything in the vicinity. Thus, the guild treats an approaching Shengaoren like an elder dragon, repelling it with full force at any cost. The Carapaceons may be one of the smallest groups of extant monsters, but they represent one of the most fascinating branches of the guild phylogeny. Their life cycles, their artifacts, their seeming intelligence, all valuable avenues of study one could dedicate a lifetime to. The world is not merely made up of Wyvern, as the beauty of nature dwells in many forms. It is sometimes assumed that the wild frontiers of the world are populated mostly by world-ending abominations. Tales of black dragons and serpents the size of entire mountain ranges are often repeated, but they present a false impression of the wilds. The mundane reality is that while fierce, powerful creatures do absolutely exist, much of the work of monster hunters revolves around managing small pests and troublemakers. The majority of hunters will encounter 0 elder dragons across their careers, and instead spend them fighting hundreds of small raptors and neopterons. But just because it doesn't make for exciting legends, does not mean that this is not a vitally important task. The global economy relies on agricultural and mining operations that lie in the frontier zones and often intersect with monster territories, and keeping them safe is crucial to the continued prosperity of humanity. And while many of these critters are not as imposing as a Diablos or a Deviljho, there is still wonder to be found in these monsters as well. One of the most persistent and infamous creatures that terrorizes new hunters and frontier businesses alike is also one of the first officially recorded monsters in guild history. It can be found in nearly any habitat, from bogs to volcanoes to jungles to snowy mountains. It is smaller than most monsters, but its temper and behavior has made it the bane of any budding monster hunter. For you never know when a Bullfango sets its dreary sights on you. Covered in bristly brown fur, these boar-like fanged beasts roam all corners of the frontier. They mostly live in groups, but occasionally lone individuals will be sighted. While they are extremely common in the Old World, they have so far never been seen in the New World. Their fur sits atop a hardened shell, and the combination of the two gives the Bullfango excellent protection against temperature and against physical impact. Their wide distribution would already make them a pretty common sight for anyone venturing into the wild lands of the Old World, but that is only half the story. The reason Bullfango encounters are so infamous is that Bullfango have an obnoxious disposition. They are curious by nature and will patrol their territories vigorously. For the most part, they ignore or avoid other creatures, and are able to quickly assess if they should escape from an encounter with a larger monster. Researchers believe that Bullfango have a sort of innate mind map of various things they may see out in the wild and how they ought to respond to them. So, they instinctively know that Aptonoth pose no threat, and that they should probably avoid any area that shows signs of Rathian activity. This mind map is likely passed down from parent to child and forms the basis for Bullfango behavior out in the wild. However, this reliance on this mind map has the consequence that whenever the Bullfango encounters something that does not fit into it, it becomes flustered and turns extremely aggressive. It is believed that Bullfango may have poor eyesight, so anything it does not see day to day can be unrecognizable to it and trigger this ire. And the most consistent targets of this confused anger are humans and man-made structures such as settlements or facilities, which the Bullfango apparently does not recognize. An enraged Bullfango will charge at its target relentlessly while trying to skewer it with its tusks, and since they often travel in groups, this often devolves into an onslaught of pigs rushing at farms and farmers alike. This is why Bullfango are so commonly targeted by hunters, and why hunters so commonly dislike them. Bullfango are known to interfere with all kinds of human activity, rampaging at merchants, hunters out in the field for different reasons, or even just regular travelers. To add to the annoyance, their tough hides make them sturdy enough to not be deterred by pitchforks and similar makeshift weapons, necessitating hunter intervention most of the time. When they aren't busy causing headaches for guild administrators, Bullfango live quite interesting lives. Being social animals, they spend much of their time among their kind, traveling and patrolling together. Their primary food sources are underground roots and mushrooms, which they dig out with their tusks. Curiously, every individual Bullfango has a favorite tusk, which is the one it uses to dig out its food. It might be analogous to how humans can be left or right-handed. It's not all peaceful coexistence, however. The Bullfango pack needs a leader, and the position is decided by constant contests of dominance between the males. After winning numerous such contests, the dominant Bullfango will often grow larger than its packmates in a resulting hormonal rush, which will solidify its status and discourage further conflict for a time. For many packs, this is where the social hierarchy ends, living with one slightly larger dominant Bullfango and prowling the lands on search for better food and constantly wary of rival Bullfango packs. But in some cases, for reasons not yet quite clear to the guild, the dominant Bullfango may undergo further transformation. Maybe due to the repeated rush of hormones from their many social victories. Some male Bullfango balloon in size and grow a mask of white fur on their head and torso. These individuals are called Bulldrome. While a dominant Bullfango has to regularly wrestle for its continued position, a Bulldrome is the undisputed boss of its pack. It leads the group fearlessly, protecting it from predators and other Bullfango packs. But this boss also maintains order within its own ranks, reprimanding and punishing any Bullfango that fall out of line. When a Bulldrome emerges, it gains exclusive mating rights within its pack, and only it is allowed to reproduce with any females that join the group. One notable feature of the Bulldrome is that its tusks are asymmetrical. One tusk is quite a lot larger than the other. Which tusk is the elongated one actually varies between individual Bulldrome, and depends on which tusk is that individual's favorite to use for food. The beloved foraging tusk will remain small for continued use as a shovel, while the less favorite battle tusk will grow and become a massive curved spire. This larger tusk serves as both weapon and threat display. The world does not rest on the shoulders of apocalyptic beasts. The biggest and baddest dragons may be what inspire our imaginations the most, but we must pay equal respects to the small, the mundane, the ordinary. Bullfango are often overlooked and reviled, but even within them dwells the wonder that penetrates all of the natural world. It could be said that the underlying law of the natural world is evolution. Wherever we look, we see the touches of this omnipresent phenomena. But calling it a law is already giving it an air of order and intention that is misplaced. Evolution has no will, no plan. It is instead simply a pattern of probability and causality, wherein emerging and changing environmental pressures allow only creatures with favorable mutations to survive long enough to reproduce, thus solidifying their traits into the species' gene pool. It's a chaotic process that nonetheless produces stability and progress in the long term. But there is a question that dwells at the heart of evolution. What of the creatures that don't need to change? Are there species of animals that were so well adapted in the past that they simply kept their body, saw only minor changes to an already perfected form? The answer is of course yes, and creatures like that give us an invaluable glimpse into the world of the past. The Hunters Guild found an entire genus of such creatures, who are as academically valuable as they are devastatingly ferocious. The Guild's fossil record is generally quite spotty, but one of its most impressive collections is that of ancient flying wyvern remains. Various ancestral species have been described, the Sheralos and Canobus, to name two examples from the lineage of the Wraths alone. But one of the oldest fossils ever found is that of the Wyvern Rex. This monster seems to have roamed the lands many eons ago, and is often considered the progenitor of all flying wyverns, grouped into the suborder Viperapoda, known as Dracopoda in earlier phylogenies. It was a large and imposing wyvern, and curiously, it seems to have been incapable of flight. Instead, it walked on all fours, with a small wing membrane developing without function. While a full, intact skeleton of the Wyvern Rex has still not been found, enough remnants have been uncovered to produce a fairly accurate picture of what this creature may have been like. This by itself would have been a pretty exciting field of research already, but the Royal Paleontology scriveners would soon after realize that there was more to uncover. Independently of Wyvern Rex dig sites, researchers began finding bones of a very similar creature. They were much smaller and had a few physiological differences, but their similarities to the Wyvern Rex overshadowed all of that. The body structure and especially the spine were nearly identical. At first, these were celebrated as findings of deceased juvenile Wyvern Rex. But not long after, a bone from these findings was dated, and its owner appeared to have perished much more recently than the downright primordial Wyvern Rex. More and more recent bones were found, until only one conclusion remained. The Wyvern Rex must have a direct descendant, one that resembles it almost completely, and one that is still alive today. The result of this discovery was a frenzied race to find and observe this mysterious descendant as soon as possible. Remote areas were scoured, small towns surveyed, and every bit of local folklore and legend investigated until it was found. Poke, a small village in the harsh Furahia region, had long since warned its citizens and surrounding settlers that, periodically, a frightful fiend appeared in the mountains, one that must be avoided at all costs. One whose description matched the bones perfectly. The guild mounted a proper expedition into the mountains and, sure enough, it found what it was looking for. A powerful flying wyvern, later named Tigrex. It was as if the many attempted reconstructions of the Wyvern Rex had jumped off the parchment and simply come to life, so similar was the Tigrex to its ancestor. Across the eons, it appears to only have evolved very little, growing slightly more developed wing membranes while overall shrinking in size. This lack of evolutionary changes seems to imply that the Wyvern Rex's physical adaptations were already so well suited for its lifestyle that natural selection did not push it to change much, resulting in the primitive, yet present, Tigrex. Looking closer at its body and behavior, it becomes clear that this monster is indeed extremely well adapted. Its most curious feature are the arms it inherited from its ancestor, which are angled downwards, unlike those of most other flying wyverns. Instead of using them for flight, the Tigrex instead possesses massive arm muscles that are specialized for terrestrial locomotion, allowing it to run at speeds of over 50 kilometers an hour. The membranes are thin and weak, and while they can be used for clumsy flight, they're mostly there to help the Tigrex glide a small distance after a high jump. The weakness of this membrane is what distinguishes Tigrex from its two most closely related genuses, Nargacuga and Barioth, both of which display much more developed and functional wing membranes. That is why on newer phylogenies, they are grouped separately into Verpesviperia, or true-foot wyvern, and Mempesviperia, or false-foot wyvern, respectively. The Tigrex's wing membranes have actually caused some debate over why they are even still there. Their ability to facilitate flight is so underdeveloped, underused, and marginal that they should have just been selected away in the eons since the Wyvern Rex's reign. Their continued presence across that period of time must mean that they still fulfill some purpose. There are a few hypotheses. It's possible that the wing membranes are sexual display organs, with the quality and appearance of them impacting mate selection. Another possibility was proposed after a researcher noticed that the Tigrex always unfolds its membranes before beginning a sprint. So, perhaps, the membranes serve to provide balance and stability while running at top speeds. More research is, however, still very necessary to know for certain. The front limbs that uphold that membrane, meanwhile, seem quite clear in their purpose. They facilitate movement on land and serve as the Tigrex's primary weapons. Its enormous claws are deadly, and get sharper the more they are used. As of the current record, these are the largest claws of any mid-sized flying wyvern, and can easily be identified by a striped pattern. Both front limbs also have a small, hard-to-notice thumb, which is quite weak and stiff. It seems to mostly serve as a balancing aid while walking. A less conspicuous but equally surprising feature is the Tigrex's skin, which sits under a suit of impressive scale armor. The scales are massive and jagged, so much so that they can cause cuts and slashes to anything the Tigrex even just grazes while running. But the skin is what truly fascinated researchers. Under close inspection, the Tigrex's skin is not actually adapted to the cold at all. Instead, it shows many signs of belonging to a desert-dwelling creature. This was the final puzzle piece needed to unravel the myths that surrounded Poke Village. The Tigrex appeared periodically not as some kind of curse, but because it doesn't actually inhabit the snowy mountains consistently. This realization prompted further investigation until a fairly complete image of the Tigrex's lifestyle could be constructed. The genus Tigrex, containing all species of Tigrex, likely emerged in desert or badland areas at first. They were powerful and highly active creatures, with an enormous appetite as a result. That appetite eventually led the Tigrex to becoming increasingly nomadic, venturing outside of its usual desert habitat in search of more prey. Over the generations, Tigrex were able to invade nearly any kind of habitat due to how mobile and powerful they are, with many ecosystems not having any apex predators that are strong enough to rival it. Tigrex, however, are not permanent invaders. They follow their appetite relentlessly, which means that once they have satisfied their hunger, they will quickly leave any given area to move on to the next one. This behavior actually aids in their dominance paradoxically, as over time, many creatures that live in habitats the Tigrex invades regularly have learned that the best way to deal with the Tigrex is to simply avoid it and wait until it leaves. As a result, very few monsters even attempt to push back against the Tigrex entering their territory, giving the Wyvern free rein to hunt as it pleases. Nowadays, Tigrex are known to appear in essentially every possible ecosystem, across both the new and the old world. While some monsters still challenge them to turf wars, especially in the new world, they are generally able to invade any area to their heart's content. One way to predict if a Tigrex is going to appear in any one region is to ask if there are any popo populations nearby. These large herbivores seem to attract Tigrex more than any other food source, and are likely the reason the Wyvern is so often sighted in the Furahia Mountains specifically. Why the Tigrex seems to prefer popo as prey is not known, but some key observations have been made. While the Tigrex is fast and strong, it seems to struggle predating on small and nimble prey, as for example Kelbi have been seen outmaneuvering them. So perhaps it prefers large, clumsy herbivores as prey due to the relative ease of hunting them. The popo might just really hit that sweet spot then. Once a Tigrex has invaded an area, it will hang around for some time until it feels that it has had its fill. Contrary to common belief, Tigrex are actually quite relaxed and calm creatures most of the time. Other apex monsters don't harass it, and it usually has no real competition, so whenever it isn't disturbed or hungry, the Tigrex tends to just lounge around and relax out in the open, occasionally sharpening its claws and teeth on rocks it finds. The Tigrex is not aggressive by nature, but rather it is highly food motivated. This subtle difference means that when its needs are met, the Tigrex is a far cry from the ferocious menace often described in guild textbooks. It is only once the hunger sets in that the Tigrex displays the temper it is infamous for. The hunting strategy of a Tigrex is extremely simple. Find prey and kill it. It does not bother with ambushes and complicated strategies, as the Wyvern knows that its immense strength will more often than not carry it to victory one way or another. Some scholars have even theorized that the adrenaline rush of missing that first attack and watching prey try to escape might be pleasurable to the Tigrex and aid in their mental well-being. For easy prey such as popo, the basic tactic of the Tigrex is to chase it down until close enough and then leap onto it with its full body weight. If this move lands, the popo is crushed into a mess of blood and bone, which the Tigrex then feasts on. Using its arms to hold the meal in place, the Tigrex then sinks its teeth into the corpse. Its pointy, short teeth aren't actually very good at ripping through flesh, so the Tigrex simply latches on with its powerful jaws and then violently jerks its head backwards, shredding a chunk of flesh out of the cadaver. This motion is facilitated by specialized loose skin around its neck. Eating habits such as these are extremely messy, and as a result, Tigrex leave extremely distinct predation marks wherever they appear. Not every encounter is this easy, however. Some powerful monsters may still challenge the Tigrex when they meet. Some prey may attempt to fight back. And, of course, a team of hunters may be dispatched to hunt down a Tigrex. Not only are they an obvious threat if they appear near a settlement, Tigrex materials are also invaluable for many industrial purposes. The skin under its scale armor is particularly highly sought after. Its natural heat resistance makes it the perfect material for blacksmithing gloves. Whatever form the challenge may take, the Tigrex will meet it head-on. It will charge at enemies directly, attempting to either trample them or cut them with its jagged scales. Those same scales also offer some serious defense, especially against man-made weaponry such as swords. With mouth agape, it lunges at opponents to cleave them in half with its powerful bite, which is able to break solid rock. Using its arms as propellant forces, the Tigrex will twirl around to hit enemies with its spiked tail. And even at a distance, it is not without a weapon. By plunging its arms into the ground, it can dislodge and launch massive boulders and debris at targets. This attack is deadly, and has been noted to have a range of over 30 meters. But its most powerful weapon is tied to its intelligence. Despite its brutish demeanor, the Tigrex is a cunning and smart monster that makes ample use of any advantage it can find. And this pairs particularly well with its secret trump card. The Tigrex has something the guild calls a viosonic system, more colloquially known as a roar sac. This umbrella term refers to a variety of reinforcement structures surrounding the Tigrex's airways, pectoral muscles, and lungs. These specializations allow the Tigrex to compress the air in its lungs before routing it through its vocal box. The result is a deafening roar that can be heard for miles. Because this vocalization uses highly compressed airwaves, it cannot be easily blocked or muffled by regular means, and the sheer speed and power of the shockwave is enough to rattle even large creatures and other wyverns. And once a target is disoriented from its roar, the Tigrex can move in for the kill. Using these sonic booms strategically, the Tigrex can stun and subsequently annihilate nearly any opponent. The large head of the Tigrex is in fact interpreted as an adaptation to this power. The skull bones are extremely thick in order to withstand the power of its own roar. Very rarely, a Tigrex might encounter a truly worthy foe, a creature that can back it into a corner. In such cases, the roaring wyvern has one last ace up its sleeve. The Tigrex already has a very high metabolism, but when sufficiently enraged, it can push its circulation and bodily functions to their limits. In this state, its blood vessels enlarge and become visible, and the wyvern's speed and power increase many-fold. This natural doping can quickly turn the tide of battle, but it comes at a cost. It raises the Tigrex's body temperature dangerously, and its skin becomes more vulnerable due to increased blood flow. Luckily, this ability is usually capable of making short work of any assailant. While the Tigrex is undoubtedly one of the best researched monsters the guild has on record, it still holds many mysteries. For example, much remains unknown about the viosonic system. For some reason, it decays extremely quickly after the Tigrex dies, and so it has so far been very difficult to study its structure and mechanism. Another mystery is the purpose of those protrusions on the head of the Tigrex. They look like ears, and are roughly located where one would expect an ear canal to be present. That one aside, different theories suggest that they may be used to shield the eyes of the Tigrex from weather and debris. Some scholars have suggested that perhaps it has again something to do with sexual selection. One landmark study even proposed they may be relevant for further communication. The researchers observed that two Tigrex had invaded the same region at the same time, and yet they did not engage in any kind of territorial aggression towards each other. The two Tigrex were noted to have slightly different head protrusions. So perhaps these structures serve as identifiers and communication organs, but more research is necessary either way. Being a creature that is both extremely successful and has a wide habitat range, one might expect the Tigrex to diversify. But its evolutionary history has been generally defined by a lack of change, and so the Tigrex's all-rounder body plan does not seem to experience strong alterations based on habitat. Additionally, strong ecological pressures are usually associated with a consistent habitat exerting them, but since Tigrex are always on the move, they are unlikely to specialize into any one environment. Within the common species, Tigrex rugietum, some subtle differences across populations have been, however, noted. Two regional variations have thus been proposed, based on the continent that they are found on. Old World Tigrex are fairly slim and lean, with their muscle mass not being particularly visible. More importantly, these are the most flighted of all Tigrex. They can fly by clumsily flapping their wings, and have been observed using this ability rarely but consistently. They also walk on two legs when calm, and only transition into their quadruped stance when hunting or traveling long distances. New World Tigrex, meanwhile, are much bulkier, with their muscles being clearly visible through their skin. They might also be heavier on average as a result. Perhaps for that reason, these Tigrex have never been seen flying, and they also do not seem to ever display a bipedal stance. They only ever walk on all fours. Now, while it is true that the Tigrex migratory lifestyle makes adaptive speciation unlikely, that fact also naturally implies that should a population of Tigrex ever settle in a specific environment, they would probably begin specializing over time like any other creature. The all-rounder nature of the Tigrex is optimal for life in an ever-changing variety of habitats, but it would likely be outcompeted by specialized Tigrex individuals in any singular, consistent habitat. Naturally, this hypothesis led to another research frenzy, as every scholar worth their salt wanted to be the one to discover a new species of Tigrex. At last, nearly an entire generation after the first Tigrex was described in the mountains near Poke, a second kind of Tigrex was finally observed. This subspecies was dubbed Brute Tigrex. While the common Tigrex has one of the widest habitat ranges out of any known monster, the Brute Tigrex has a much narrower one. It is exclusively found in hot zones, such as deserts and volcanic regions, and seems to be specialized more prominently for the latter environment. Just as scholars had predicted, this subspecies had traded in the jack-of-all-trades build of the common species for a more specialized body that helps it thrive in one specific place. And the nature of those specializations is quite fascinating indeed. The most striking feature of the Brute Tigrex is its coloration. While the common species sports an iconic orange skin with blue stripes, this subspecies is generally quite dark. The operative word is generally here because Brute Tigrex coloration actually varies greatly between individuals. Some are brown and gray, some are pitch black with hints of metallic blue, and some even have fiery orange stripes on top of dark brown skin. This great degree of variation long confused researchers until juvenile Brute Tigrex were observed. When born, Brute Tigrex are actually all gray in color. This skin has a special property that allows it to fuse aerosol particles onto itself passively, building itself up in layers over the wyvern's lifetime. The coloration of an adult brute Tigrex is thus dependent on what specific materials were in the air as it grew up. Brute Tigrex that spend their youth in deserts generally remain quite grey and light, as sand and desert dust don't seem to fuse all too readily with the skin. Volcanic brute Tigrex, meanwhile, grow many layers of skin built from volcanic ash and metal dust, which seem to fuse quite easily, perhaps aided by the ambient heat emanated from various lava pools. But even in one habitat, there can be great color variation. It all depends on the exact mixture of aerosol particles present during the fusion process. It seems to play a bigger role in the life of the volcanic brute Tigrex, as the layered skin gives it increasingly superior heat protection and can even repel magma for a short amount of time. It being darker than the desert variation's skin is probably also useful as camouflage among the volcanic rock. In terms of research, this property is also valuable as a method of determining the age of a brute Tigrex. Since the skin develops in layers that are distinct in color and material, a cross-section of skin material can reveal how many times the skin has been layered, thus hinting at the owner's age and even the precise habitats that they may have traversed. However, perhaps the biggest difference between this subspecies and the common Tigrex is entirely invisible, until it's too late. The brute Tigrex's biosonic system is enhanced manyfold over that of the common species, with additional folds and valves that can compress air beyond what is usually possible inside of a living body. This results in roars so powerful that they can outright shatter the bones of smaller victims through the shockwave alone. These bellows can be heard far and wide, even over the rumbling of erupting volcanoes, and it is believed that it developed exactly for that purpose, to not be overshadowed by the environment. Like the common species, the brute Tigrex used these roars as powerful weapons, not just to stun prey, but to harm it directly with the blasts. Some brute Tigrex become so proficient at this that they can even aim their roars as tunnels of concentrated shockwaves, pulverizing smaller enemies near instantly. This powerful ability does necessitate some preparation, however. Unlike the common species, brute Tigrex seem to have to take an extremely deep breath before they can perform these sky-shattering roars. Power like this comes at a cost. In order to perform this feat, the body of the brute Tigrex had to change and adapt. Every single bodily function is enhanced to prioritize maximum performance. Muscles are dense and strong, and the cardiopulmonary system is continuously working in overdrive to provide the necessary oxygen and nutrients. This results in the brute Tigrex being overall much stronger and faster than the common species, but it also incurs a heavy toll. While its body is optimized for power and output, it's also extremely energy inefficient. The muscles especially guzzle up so much fuel that various other functions suffer. Most notably, the ability to maintain body temperature. Due to this, the brute Tigrex is effectively an ectotherm, also known as cold-blooded. It quite simply cannot feed its muscles and heat its body at the same time. This is likely why they stick to hot environments. They need to maintain their body heat by absorbing it from the outside. Based on this, researchers have proposed the following evolutionary history for the brute Tigrex. At some point in the distant past, a population of Tigrex, or a common ancestor, migrated into a volcanic region and, for reasons unknown, ended up staying there. Over time, the need to have their roars still be effective among the ambient noise of the volcano began favoring Tigrex with naturally enhanced biosonic systems, thus selecting for that specific adaptation. As the generations passed, the roar became more and more powerful, and the rest of the body developed to power and facilitate that ability. But in that process, these Tigrex lost the ability to maintain their body temperature and essentially became stuck in the volcanic regions. While those that tried to migrate likely perished as soon as they reached cold climates, those that stayed began to specialize further. They developed a dark skin that could not only fuse with aerosol materials for protection, but that would also aid in heat absorption from the sun due to the dark coloration. Over time, this resulted in the brute Tigrex we know today. This stuck-in-the-volcano hypothesis seems to be supported by the continued lack of brute Tigrex sightings in any cold or even temperate environments. The coldest habitat a brute Tigrex has ever been sighted in is a desert at night. This enhanced body does not just have consequences for the brute Tigrex's evolution, but also its behavior. Such an inefficient, powerful body needs constant nutrition, and so its predatory instinct is greatly increased. It is much more aggressive than the common species, and spends most of its time looking for food. Its nose seems to be especially attuned to the smell of blood, and it will chase down any possible source of food. This includes stealing the kills of other predators and even scavenging old cadavers. Anything to keep its massive muscles going. This increase in aggression is also displayed while it fights. It moves very similarly to the common species, but is generally faster and stronger. It is also more cunning, actively including fake-outs and deception into its movements. Its claws are blackened from the blood of its prey, and the darker they are, the more dangerous the individual is likely to be. Add to this its highly destructive roars, and the brute Tigrex is an unstoppable force. Well, nearly unstoppable. Its heightened metabolism makes it ferocious and strong, but its stamina is quite limited due to the aforementioned energy inefficiency. So while it can rampage in ways the common species could only dream of, the brute Tigrex will exhaust much faster. And it can, of course, not stalk prey into colder regions. Its true power can only be unleashed among fire and ash. The brute Tigrex remains the topic of much research and debate to this day. One recent discovery that has led to much talk in guild halls is its appearance in the New World. While it was found in the expected areas, volcanic zones such as the Elder's Recess, it was also seen living in the Rotten Vale and in the Corpse Heap of the Guiding Lands. While these zones aren't exactly cold, they aren't particularly warm either, so the appearance of brute Tigrex in them is quite surprising. A few theories immediately began popping up. The most reasonable explanation is that the brute Tigrex can sustain itself on the enormous volume of cadavers and meat in those areas, so its body is able to maintain a surplus of energy that it usually does not have. A more daring theory proposes that there might be as of yet unknown benefits to letting the effluvium, airborne bacteria endemic to these areas of the New World, bond and fuse with the brute Tigrex's skin, and that the Wyvern seeks out these corpse heaps for that reason. More research remains necessary. For a long time, these two subspecies of the genus Tigrex were considered the last direct descendants of the Wyvern Rex. It was already a great discovery, and the guild would have been satisfied if this was all there were to this lineage. Who could have known that the next discovery would be the greatest of them all? Around this time, another research priority of the guild was the further exploration of Fonron, the eastern continent littered in massive forests and long abandoned ruins. In terms of ecology and archaeology, it might as well be a different planet compared to the central continent. Many distinct and fascinating species were found, such as the Nargacuga and the Hypnocatrice. Simultaneously, the ruins opened up an entire oceans of questions, as murals and towers implied cultures and civilizations of the distant, foggy past. But one feature of Fonron was especially relevant to those researching flying wyverns. All across the continent, explorers kept finding what looked like Tigrex tracks, claw marks and footprints that matched it in shape quite closely. But these tracks were enormous, nearly twice the size of even the largest recorded Tigrex. In fact, they were much closer in size to the kind of tracks the original Wyvern Rex would have left behind. The possibility of finding a living, breathing Wyvern Rex may seem absurd, but on Fonron, it seemed plausible. The primordial forest that covers nearly half of the entire explored zone is itself a time capsule, inhabited by many plants and trees that likely covered the world eons ago. If any habitat would be able to preserve an isolated population of an ancient species, this would be it. With fervor, researchers descended onto the continent. For a long time, this endeavor seemed fruitless, and the existence of this massive wyvern became little more than a rumor. That is, until, to the massive shock of the guild, they finally found the creator of those tracks. It was not a Wyvern Rex, but instead a rare subspecies of Tigrex, later classified under the name Molten Tigrex. While it is not identical to the Wyvern Rex, the Molten Tigrex is the closest any creature could get to it. Like its famous ancestor, it is enormous, generally about twice as large as a common Tigrex. And like the Brute Tigrex, it displays a unique coloration. Blood-red skin with blackened areas on the front limbs and face. Beyond that, it mostly resembles a gigantic Tigrex. This gigantism was the first topic of scholarly curiosity. Did it remain huge while its related species of the Tigrex genus shrunk? Or did it re-evolve gigantism after losing it alongside its sister species? And whichever is the case, why did it happen? Evidence suggests that Molten Tigrex did in fact shrink at some point, similarly to what happened to the common and Brute Tigrex species. The currently accepted hypothesis is that the entire genus of Tigrex still possesses the genes that codify gigantism, but that those genes require certain conditions to actually activate. Conditions that were fulfilled in the age of the Wyvern Rex, but are no longer the case in the modern central continent. Fonron seems to be the only place where this gene can still activate, so those conditions might relate to prey abundance, or even to the amount of oxygen in the air, since Fonron's Great Forest saturates the continent with it. Whatever may be the exact cause, the Molten Tigrex is assumed to be a descendant of the Wyvern Rex that was able to reactivate the gigantism gene due to the unique environment that Fonron offers. The fact that no small Tigrex, molten or otherwise, has ever been found on Fonron seems to support this hypothesis. Regardless of how it got there, once the Molten Tigrex was discovered on Fonron, it was studied and observed rigorously. Due to its size, it's actually a fairly slow and sluggish creature, usually seen lumbering around the tower ruins when it's not on the hunt. It seems to only venture into the Great Forest for food, and sticks close to the ruined cities otherwise. Being so large, and having all the other strengths of the Tigrex genus, the Molten Tigrex has no natural competitors, and is a fairly calm creature as a result. When on the hunt, however, or disturbed by a rare challenger, it will display the same ferocity as its brethren. The power of a Molten Tigrex is nearly unmatched. Like the Brute Tigrex, it has a massively boosted metabolism that empowers large, deadly muscles. But unlike the brute Tigrex, the molten Tigrex does not have to worry about body temperature. Due to its massive size, it has a much easier time heating its own body, as, in accordance with the square-cube law, it has less relative surface area to lose heat from. In fact, the molten Tigrex maintains an exceptionally high body temperature thanks to its metabolism and its modified heart, called the Blast Heart by the guild. This unique adaptation allows it to pump blood at speeds and temperatures that are usually unfeasible. Structures such as these could only ever develop in the nutrient-rich abundance of a place like Fonron. The result of this is an extremely powerful body that can crush enemies with ease. Its only weakness is that due to its size, the molten Tigrex is slower than its cousins. But this wyvern really does not need to rely on speed, not when it has a secret weapon, unlike anything seen in the other Tigrex species. The red skin of the molten Tigrex constantly regenerates and, as a result of high body temperatures and violent motions, keratinizes and cracks rapidly. Due to this, the skin keeps falling off in the form of small flakes that float in the air for a while. These flakes, once fully dried, are highly flammable and explosive. As the Tigrex hunts and fights, a cloud of this explosive skin dust gathers around it until the wyvern makes its decisive move. The claws of the molten Tigrex are similar in composition to massive flints, and can produce sparks when scraped against rock. So, by strategically creating an ignition spark near its target by clawing at the ground, the wyvern can detonate the explosive dust and rip its victim to shreds violently. These explosions are powerful and also self-sustaining in a sense. The fine debris and rock material that is catapulted into the air during the detonation can fuse back onto the skin of the molten Tigrex, thus aiding in keratinization and maintaining the production of the explosive skin flakes. Beyond this unique ability, the molten Tigrex fights the same as its cousins, charging and clawing at enemies until they are destroyed. Curiously, its roars rival those of the brute Tigrex, despite it not having any specialized enhancements of the Viosonic system. This is probably due to the molten Tigrex's enormous lung capacity, allowing it to expel so much compressed air at once that it achieves the same destructive effect. Additionally, the molten Tigrex can roar at that level of power in quick succession. Very rarely, an opponent will pressure a molten Tigrex enough for it to fly into the same enraged state seen in the other Tigrex species. It functions identically: enlarged blood vessels that shine through the skin, increased power, and fierce aggression. What makes the molten Tigrex special, however, is that it can, if necessary, go even further beyond in its wrath. By overcharging its blast heart and pushing it to its absolute limits, the molten Tigrex can enter a second state of rage with much more drastic effects. Its muscles are enlarged to their breaking point, and the speed of the creature is enhanced massively. In fact, in this state, the previously sluggish molten Tigrex becomes the fastest member of its genus, outrunning any other recorded Tigrex specimen. A molten Tigrex that's been pushed to this is extremely dangerous, as its unparalleled strength is now combined with unparalleled speed. But this ability is also very risky for the wyvern. The blast heart in its neutral state is already operating at levels of performance that are usually impossible for living beings. Pushing it this far beyond that point may grant enormous power, but the strain on the organ is equally significant. The molten Tigrex risks outright bursting its own heart apart every second it spends in this state, and so it will use it sparingly and deactivate it again as soon as possible. With this triplet of species, the Tigrex genus is a buffet of possible research topics. Each one can tell us more about the past that the Wyvern Rex lived in, the dynamics of migratory behavior, and the limits of adaptability. But somehow, this was still not all that this branch could offer the guild. Because Tigrex are also affected by deviance, the phenomena by which individual monsters are distorted, altered, and empowered through specific conditions. And back when the phenomenon was being first investigated, one deviant that was found at the time was the Grimclaw Tigrex. This massive deviant can easily be identified by its increased body size and enlarged blue-colored forelimbs, with the coloration also appearing on the wyvern's face. Like with most deviants, what exactly causes the emergence of a Grimclaw Tigrex is currently unknown, but a few educated guesses are possible. Its gigantism might imply that it, similarly to the Molten Tigrex, had its dormant giant gene reactivated, not through natural selection, but through individual mutation or perhaps another process altogether. Since deviants are so rare, however, it has not been possible to sufficiently test this hypothesis. Whatever the reason, the reality is that the Grimclaw Tigrex is huge and extremely dangerous. Its entire circulatory system is powered up, with thick blood vessels that transport oxygenated blood efficiently and rapidly. The blue discoloration of the shell seems to be most intense where the blood vessels get closest to the surface of the skin, but the exact relevance of that correlation has not yet been determined. What is clear is that these thick forearms are extremely destructive. The Grimclaw Tigrex is able to crack the very earth with ease, and can punch the ground so hard that the resulting pressure causes subsequent subterranean explosions. It can also launch enormous boulders without much trouble at all. But again, much about the Grimclaw Tigrex remains a mystery. The chance of any deviant emerging is about 1 in every 1 million regular monsters, and once one has been identified, they are to be immediately slain by special permit quests, before they can cause any significant destruction. Research does not tend to be the priority in those cases. The genus Tigrex is a testament to the sheer density of life. On any complete evolutionary tree, it is a single, small branch that does not stick out visibly. And yet, in this one corner of life, we can study the distant past, the dormant power of genetics, the volatility of evolution, the mystery of individual deviance, and much more. It is a reminder to be thorough and to remain endlessly curious, even in the face of primordial ferocity. All of us are prone to prejudice. The desire to categorize the world in order to predict outcomes is quite natural, but it must nonetheless be managed carefully. The hunters of the guild are no exception. Many of them enlist wanting to hunt and encounter monsters in an abstract sense. But if you were to ask these greenhorns what kind of monster they have in mind, nearly all of them would describe some kind of wyvern. For a long time, even among the general populace, the word monster was intrinsically bound to wyverns. The image of a vaguely reptilian creature is vaguely conjured, and so there was a tendency to assume that this is all there was to the world of monsters. Nothing could be further from the truth. One of our world's greatest gifts is the immense biodiversity that surrounds us, and that includes monster kind. They come in all shapes and sizes, many not being wyverns at all. One clade that exemplifies this is Pelagusia. This order includes all but 2 of the monsters known as fanged beasts, defined by their mammalian body structure and lifestyle. You'd be hard-pressed to find any creature in this group that could even remotely be called a wyvern. Organized into 3 suborders, the 12 genuses of fanged beast contained in Pelagusia stand as reminders that monsters can take on many different appearances. The story of fanged beast research begins in the suborder Mordumata, colloquially called hard-teeth beasts. This group contains the 2 earliest discovered fanged beasts, originally described by the scriveners of Dundorma. One of these beasts lives exclusively in tropical zones. It is most commonly sighted in the jungles of the Terosu region, in the far east of the central continent. Most adventurers and researchers are sure to smell this one before spotting it. For the Conga are well known for their olfactory mischief. These ape-like fanged beasts are easily identifiable by their bright pink fur, which transitions into a messy tuft of green hair at the top of their heads. They have wide, bulbous snouts with a hardened upper lip and blunt teeth that protrude out of the mouth. If you spot one Conga, you are likely to spot a few more soon enough. For these beasts are quite social and live in large groups. Their highly decorated bodies are believed to be used as means of social communication, with the exact shade of pink on the body serving as a sort of identifier. Despite living in groups and wearing many social markers, Conga don't actually cooperate with their peers much. Individual Congas mostly tend to themselves and simply congregate with others as a matter of protection, safety in numbers. The true passion of all Congas is food. They are omnivores and will eat just about anything. Due to their immense appetite, they are constantly eating. Their preferred source of food is mushrooms, which grow in abundance across their native jungles. As a result of this constant feeding, Conga produce large quantities of gas in their body, which they regularly expel as flatulence. This also functions as a defensive measure. Conga gas is rancid, of an odor so foul that it repels many monsters instantly. Its effects are especially pronounced in humans. Besides just smelling terrible, Conga gas causes massive swelling and irritation in the throat, making drinking and eating impossible. This is additionally problematic for hunters, who rely on imbibing potions and elixirs to perform their work. For a long time, getting sprayed by a Conga was a massive problem with dire consequences, since the stench cannot be washed away by regular means, such as water or soap. Luckily, the guild was able to develop a specialized deodorant that can rapidly neutralize the gas. Conga are quite aware of the devastating effects of their gas, and that it is the best weapon they have. While their long claws are sharp and their arms strong, Conga stand no real chance in a prolonged fight against most adversaries they may encounter in the jungle. So, a big part of their defensive measures is to perform a threat display. When they sense danger, Conga will stand up on their hind legs, stretch out their arms to the side, and shake their abdomen rapidly. This serves to both make themselves look larger and to show off their long claws and swollen, gas-filled potbellies. It's an effective display, but not foolproof. When danger looms and refuses to back down, the Conga may defer the matter to their pack leader. These large alpha individuals are called Congalala, and are significantly more powerful than their smaller brothers. They are usually around twice the size of a conga, with a larger belly, more developed tail, and longer claws. A striking difference between this alpha and its underlings is the pointed hair cone that adorns the Congalala's head. This is not a naturally formed body structure, but instead part of the conga's dominance ritual. When a conga has grown large enough to potentially become a Congalala, it must first announce its claim to authority to the rest of the group. It does so by collecting sticky juices from fruits and plants that it likes the smell of. Using these sticky juices, the conga styles its messy hair into a straight, pointed cone, which immediately signals its intentions to the rest of the pack. Rarely, this is all there is to it, and the conga experiences a hormonal rush of dominant satisfaction that completes its transition into a Congalala. What happens more commonly, however, is that the pack either already has a dominant Congalala, or that multiple congas announce their claim to authority at around the same time. In these cases, a battle for dominance ensues, where the victor enshrines their authority while the loser is disgraced and, in some cases, even exiled from the group. Not that this authority amounts to much, mind you. Conga are fundamentally uncooperative creatures, and so, a Congalala doesn't actually have that much control over its pack. Rather, its position is a simple one. It protects the group with its size and strength, and in return has the exclusive right to mate and mark the group's territory with its dung. Aside from that, it acts very similarly to a regular conga, spending most of its days foraging for food. Perhaps due to its large size, the Congalala has a much more voracious appetite than its small brothers, and is even more food motivated. They too love mushrooms, and, curiously, seem to have a taste for toxic mushrooms specifically. Analysis of Congalala stomachs has found that they possess specialized enzymes that can neutralize many weaker toxins, making them harmless for consumption. So, it is possible that toxic mushrooms taste better because of the slight sting of the neutralized poison, not unlike how humans enjoy spicy food. However, these enzymes can only do so much, and are useless at protecting the beast from stronger poisons, or those mixed into other food sources such as meat. In an astounding testament to its extreme appetite, Congalala are known to continue eating even if they realize that their meal is too poisonous for them to handle. This appetite is also usually the impetus for any trouble the Congalala causes for the guild. It is a highly curious creature that will investigate any new stimulus immediately, hoping for it to be related to mushrooms. It seems to be especially attracted by smells that humans consider disgusting, such as manure, which is a problem for any farming operations out in the jungle frontier. And if a Congalala spots a delicious mushroom near or in a human settlement, it will ravage the place trying to get to it. It is this tendency that most often lands the Congalala in conflict with other monsters and with humans. Luckily for it, the offensive capabilities of the Congalala are significantly more developed compared to the conga. It will still perform its threat display and attempt to avoid fighting if possible, but that seems to be mostly about not wasting time fighting that could otherwise be spent eating mushrooms. Its primary weapon remains its gas. Being larger and having an increased food intake, the Congalala possesses a more sophisticated gas production system. Not only does it produce more, it can also produce various types, based on what it has eaten recently. Different kinds of mushrooms can turn its gases outright toxic or even flammable. The Congalala uses its intelligence to make the most out of the gases it currently has at its disposal, and is even able to expel them from its mouth, as well as from its rectum. This ability even produces some regional variation. Since the type of gas is based on diet, Congalala that live in different areas have slightly different abilities based on the specific mushrooms that grow in their domain. But it's not just up to chance. The clever Congalala can also alter the nature of its gas intentionally during or before a fight by eating specific mushrooms. In service of that, the Congalala has found an exceptionally smart use of its tail. This limb is highly prehensile and ends in a folded tip of non-slip skin that is able to reliably grab and hold objects. The tail is essentially the Congalala's third arm, and it often uses it to hold trinkets or food items. Most of the time, however, the tail hand is occupied with holding onto an emergency mushroom, which can be snacked on to quickly enhance or alter the power of the beast's gas. This is not just a fascinating display of planning and forethought, but an opportunity to observe how the Congalala actually eats. Food is moved to the mouth with the tail, and is then eaten using the mouth and hands. The blunt teeth of the Congalala are tough and can crush most food easily, but they are unable to cut and bite through leathery or elastic material. For that, the Congalala's upper lip has developed into a hardened edge that can be used as a scissor, breaking up even the most stubborn food items. Besides its gas, the Congalala uses its physicality for combat as well. Its long claws are deadly, and its heavy body can cause serious damage on impact. It can also inflate its belly for a short while, allowing it to block incoming attacks with its hardened abdomen. However, it isn't the kind of monster that enjoys prolonged fights, and will repeat its threat display periodically to try and dissuade its enemy. If a fight grows particularly dire, the Congalala's face and buttocks will flush red with blood, to further intimidate its foe. As a monster, it's strong enough to defend itself, but it would much rather get back to eating mushrooms. Conga and Congalala were the first fanged beasts to be introduced into the guild record properly, after a small village in the east, named Jumbo, compiled the records and petitioned for their inclusion. The villagers had long since known of the Conga that prowled the nearby jungles, but it took some time to have them formally inducted into the guild's body of knowledge. It was worth it, however. Now the guild scriveners could not just officially study the creatures, but they would also compile hunting guides and dossiers to aid hunters when encountering Conga and Congalala. One insight that came of this was that Conga are actually quite unlikely to chase down retreating enemies. Their priority, after all, is to keep eating. So, if a Conga or Congalala turns its back on you, run, became guild wisdom, and likely saved many a hunter's bacon. Another effect of this induction was a general re-evaluation of monster kind, to see if any previously discovered species could fit into the newly created fanged beast category. This is how Bullfango and Bulldrome were reclassified as fanged beasts, as they were previously considered lesser herbivores. Once part of the official guild record, Congalala were studied in earnest, and many wondrous insights were gained. But this also made it prone to the same controversial decisions that were so common in that era of the guild. Specifically, this was a time when the Hunters Guild was especially interested in the study of subspecies, and was quick to assign the label to any different-looking individual of a known monster species. There are many infamous examples, but a lesser-known case is that of the Emerald Congalala. It, in many ways, fulfills all the telltale signs of a subspecies. It visually resembles the previously known Congalala species in all aspects except its fur coloration, which is green instead of pink. It is generally more aggressive and powerful than the common species, but it otherwise resembles it greatly. At first glance, the emerald Congalala appears to be a classic case of a separate subspecies. At closer inspection, however, this hypothesis fell apart. For one, the emerald Congalala shares a habitat with the pink Congalala. This by itself is not a deal-breaker, as subspecies sharing the same home does happen, but it does raise some eyebrows at least. This is compounded by the lack of emerald congas. No green conga have ever been sighted. How could the emerald Congalala then be a true subspecies if none of its young and beta counterparts seem to exist? As more research surfaced, it became apparent that the Congalala was in fact a misclassified variant, not genetically distinct from the pink species, but rather the result of changes to an individual. Emerald Congalala are actually elderly Congalala, who have held the position of alpha for many years and are entering old age. The green fur is actually not naturally that color. Aging Congalala turn white as their fur loses its pigmentation, similarly to the hair of humans. Old Congalala will then cover themselves in crushed plants and juices, which is what gives their fur its green appearance. Why they do this is unclear. Perhaps white fur is seen as shameful in Conga culture, or maybe the old ape understands that green makes for good camouflage in the jungle. Either way, the emerald Congalala must maintain its coloration by regularly covering itself in plant substances. Tempered by age, the emerald Congalala is by all accounts a stronger, more impressive Congalala. It could not have stayed an alpha for this long without some serious skills, after all. Emerald Congalalas have an increased appetite, which in turn leads to more powerful gases. These can be expelled with superior force, and are known to be even more devastating than those of regular individuals. Their muscles are hardened by years of dominance, and their fur is rigid and solid from all the plant matter mixed into it. The result is a more resistant, stronger Congalala that can really pack a punch. Luckily, age has also wizened the Congalala, and while it will defend itself and its pack fiercely, it also uses its experience to avoid conflict in the first place. That is why Emerald Congalala generally have fewer interactions with humans than Pink Congalala. For their part, humanity has greatly benefited from the discovery of the Emerald Congalala. Intense research has yielded a way to chemically reproduce Emerald Congalala gas using materials harvested from the beast itself. This gas is considered a high-quality fuel for airships and is traded at high prices. In the halls of the guild, meanwhile, many scholars still push for the Emerald Congalala to be reclassified as a variant, and for guild textbooks to be corrected, as is the case with the other examples of this specific unfortunate trend in guild history. While the Conga rule the jungles of Terosu, their close relatives stalk a very different kind of world. Far north from Terosu lies Furahia, a frigid region defined by cold air and snowy mountains. It is a barren land where the guild's presence is limited to the village of Poke up in the northeast. Looking at the landscape, it may be hard to imagine life thriving here. And yet, these mountains are the kingdom of a truly fascinating species of fanged beast, the Blango. Like the Conga, Blango are ape-like fanged beasts that live in packs. But that is where the similarities already end. Blango exclusively live in cold regions, and are covered in thick white fur that has developed to repel the freezing temperatures. This fur also aids in camouflage among the snow. Blango are entirely carnivorous, and must, as a result, rely heavily on hunting. That is where they differ the strongest from the Conga. Blango packs are not independent individuals that merely hang around each other for convenience. Instead, they are highly social, tight-knit communities that cooperate flawlessly and display complete loyalty to each other. When tasked with finding meat in the tundra, everyone has to pull their weight. This social lifestyle is then centralized around the Blango's very own alpha pack leader, the Blangonga. This large beast is the result of a male Blango undergoing a hormonal rush during its growth. What exactly determines which Blango experience this and which don't is unknown, but every Blango pack will always be led by a Blangonga. Its authority is absolute, signaled by its large and deadly tusks. Their large beards are a sign of both wisdom and maturity, and they inform its nickname, Snow Lion. It rules the pack, but it also takes care of it. The Blangonga coordinates where the pack moves to next, when and what to hunt, and even ensures safe sleeping conditions for its brethren. Blango packs have been observed sleeping all huddled together around their pack leader, using the large Blangonga's body heat to stay warm while asleep. But by far the Blangonga's most impressive performance as leader is displayed during the hunt. The strategy this species employs has awed researchers for a long time, after all. First, the Blangonga scouts out the area and a potential target. It then, using soft and tender vocalizations, instructs some of its kin to go to a predetermined location and burrow under the snow, such that they are nearly invisible. The remaining Blango then follow their leader into battle, where they carefully and strategically chase their prey to the same place their brothers are hiding. With a roar, the Blangonga signals the hidden Blango to reveal themselves, leaving the prey surrounded and defenseless. The pack then brutally pummels the target, pelting it with snowballs and slashing it with their nails. The Blangonga then uses its tusks for the killing blow, with such deliberate precision that it almost resembles a sacred ritual. This hunting strategy is extremely successful, and it is the main reason Blango are able to thrive in such harsh conditions. The Blangonga is also in charge of enforcing the pack's territory. It marks it by burying its dung in the snow, sending a warning to all trespassers not to intrude. Should a Blangonga notice a disturbance in its territory, it will not hesitate to mobilize the entire troop to investigate and retaliate. This becomes especially dramatic when the intruder in question is another Blango pack with its own Blangonga. Should two packs ever meet, they will instantly engage in a bloody conflict. These are turf wars in the most literal sense, with wide-ranging battles that include sophisticated strategies, retreats, pincer attacks, and the like. These wars are so intense that they quite often threaten to spill into nearby settlements, which will be left in ruin if the conflict moves there. This is in fact the most common scenario in which a Blangonga hunt is organized by the guild. Not that those hunts are easy by any means. Facing a pack of Blango to try and slay their leader is a daunting task, made even harder by the fact that the pack will use their hunting methods against humans as well. Even if one manages to separate a Blangonga from its pack, one must still face the might of the Snow Lion. Despite its considerable size, the Blangonga is fast and agile, able to outmaneuver any human, especially in the snow. Its arms are muscular, able to throw punches that can break bones with ease. Its sharp claws leave nasty gashes, and, of course, its tusks are a death sentence. Even at range, the Blangonga has options. Like its smaller brothers, it can throw snowballs with surprising force, both harming foes as well as lowering their body temperature. At mid-distance, the Blangonga can even expel cold air from its lungs for a freezing blast that can disorient and slow down its enemies. And should an opponent get a lucky hit in on the beast, they may find themselves shocked. The fur of the Blangonga may look like soft hair, but it is actually thick and rigid, similar in consistency and function to chainmail armor. So the beast sports excellent offense and defense. But the Blangonga's most terrifying ability is its intelligence. It displays many unique behaviors accredited to a near human-like degree of intelligence. It can create new, sophisticated strategies on the fly and adapt to whatever humans throw at it. Some Blangonga have attacked supply routes and outposts in what appear to be acts of deliberate sabotage. They have even begun adapting to certain hunter tools. When marked with the scented paintballs that the guild uses for monster tracking, Blangonga will actually try and wash them off as soon as possible, implying that they understand their function to some degree. Moreover, Blangonga seem particularly aggressive towards humans specifically, and will hold long grudges against specific hunters. Many hunters who quit the job point at the Blangonga as the reason why, stating that fighting something with such intelligent eyes was unnerving and uncomfortable. These trends have led to some serious concerns within the guild. If the Blangonga seems so smart and human-like, what ability or strategy might it develop next? Due to this unpredictability, the guild decreed that Blangonga hunts must be kept to a minimum, to avoid teaching the monster too much about human weaponry and tool use. While one may see this as a win for the Blangonga, encountering humans isn't without risk for it either. Its tusks are the symbol of its power, and as a result, highly sought after as trophies. Should a Blangonga have its tusks broken, it immediately loses its authority over the pack, the highest possible shame this monster could ever endure. That is why it is probably for the best that humans and Blango do not interact much. Due to their intelligence and the effect that they have had on many hunters, the Blangonga gained quite the reputation in both guild and civil territories. The fierce snow lion of higher mind and deadly tusk. It soon entered into the imagination of many civilians as just one of the many wonders of the wild frontier. Like with any myth, it eventually began to mutate, with people producing and reproducing many bizarre stories and encounters with the beast that were entirely unhinged from reality. But one story that kept emerging not from children and busybodies, but from merchants and travelers, was that of the desert lion. In all of its forms, this urban legend described an encounter with a lonesome Blangonga out in the desert, far away from the snowy mountains it usually inhabits. This was generally dismissed as just lies for the sake of sensationalism, and even the most credible sources were simply told that the desert sun must have made them hallucinate. Imagine then the shock of the guild when an official special investigation into an unrelated matter in the Dune Desert ran into a desert-dwelling subspecies of Blangonga. Research on it began almost immediately, and this new species was quickly dubbed Copper Blangonga. As the name illustrates, this species of Blangonga sports a dark orange and brown coat of fur, which is much shorter than that of the Furahia species. This coat seems to be specialized to disperse body heat easily and allow for life under the desert sun. Its muscles are slightly enlarged, and it sports reinforced fur armor around its limbs especially. Besides that, it doesn't display many physiological differences to its sister species. The most important difference, however, is that the copper Blangonga lives a solitary life, which is an extreme deviation from the highly social lifestyle of the snow Blangonga. In fact, despite the copper Blangonga at this point being confirmed to be a true subspecies, no copper Blangos have ever been found. This long sowed doubt over its status as a subspecies until juvenile copper Blangonga were observed. In snow Blangos, males may at some point in their life experience a hormonal rush that transforms them into a Blangonga. This same hormonal rush seems to occur in the desert species as well, but in all individuals shortly after birth. Due to what is likely a genetic adaptation, all copper Blangonga undergo their transformation into an alpha at a very young age, and then live their life in solitude, relying only on their own strength. This also gives us a clue as to how the species developed. Long ago, for some reason, an ancestor species of the Blangonga must have ended up in the desert. Since the small Blango were likely not strong enough to survive, packs quickly died off, while natural selection favored those individuals who would by chance undergo their alpha transformation early enough to be able to brave the deserts. Over time, this created a population of Blangonga that would undergo their transformation with increasing consistency and at an earlier age. But because alpha Blangonga do not get along by nature, this led to solitary lifestyles, resulting in the copper Blangonga we know today. It is a truly fascinating example of the adaptability of life. For a time, these two genuses of fanged beasts were considered the two great ape families, ruling over their bespoke habitats with their packs. Research progressed steadily, and all seemed well. However, in the undercurrent of society, in the hushed whispers and trembling stutters of the populace, there lived a third great ape monster, one that soon became even more ingrained in urban myth and folklore than the Blangonga. The guild was generally dismissive of these rumors, for they were absurdly inconsistent. Some said that this mystery ape was a jet-black ball of pure muscle, while others described a near-heavenly primate with golden wings crackling with thunder. It, by all accounts, just seemed like the new findings about Blangonga had overwhelmed the imagination of travelers or merchants, and was probably not worth taking seriously. Until, of course, the existence of a third ape monster species was confirmed when a guild patrol on a routine expedition returned, mostly in body bags, with their survivors describing the incident in tears. Far out in the remotest mountains, they had spotted it. Moments later, it had spotted them. The details of what happened next are redacted, but be that as it may, this incident solidified the existence of the monster that would later come to be known and feared as Rajang. Between that fateful day and now, Rajang research has only progressed very slowly. They are exceptionally rare, with a global population that is estimated to be minuscule. Research opportunities are thus already scarce, made more dire by the fact that Rajang encounters have a very high fatality rate. Not even survivors of Rajang incidents are able to provide much insight, as many outright refuse to talk about it from the sheer trauma. Ironically, this has given the Rajang a degree of fame, as it is feared and talked about all over the world. It has become well known due to being so unknowable. However, thanks to the immense bravery of master hunters and scholars alike, some crucial discoveries about the Rajang have indeed been made. They are nomadic and solitary, traveling from place to place completely alone. This is in stark contrast to the highly social lives of the Congalala and Blangonga, and as a result, no breeding or social behavior has ever been observed. Appearance-wise, they seem to resemble the Blangonga more so than the Congalala, as they also sport muscular, nearly human-like arms and hands with nails instead of claws. On its head, it grows two massive twisted horns, which some researchers have argued might be related to sexual dimorphism, with the males having larger, more pronounced horns. It is covered in dark brown or black fur, of which some samples have been collected. At closer inspection, this fur coat is quite remarkable. The hairs are tipped with fine, rigid bristles that repel outside air entirely, thus insulating the body from both heat and the cold. Even more interestingly, these bristles are extremely resistant to heat specifically, and can even repel magma for a short while without melting. This specialized fur is probably instrumental to the Rajang's ability to appear anywhere. And it is this ability that is both the most fascinating and most worrisome aspect of the Rajang. A Rajang will travel far and wide across its life, settling in any possible type of habitat for a short while, and setting up a temporary territory until it moves on. That territory it defends with full, overwhelming force. It is impossible to overstate just how dominant a Rajang is in nearly every ecosystem it invades. It will attack anything that moves without its permission, and is known to brutally massacre any local apex predators should they fail to recognize their predicament. It will mark its present territory with tufts of its fur, which regrows continuously. These markings are not merely there to delineate the exact size of the territory, they are a warning and a show of dominance. The Rajang has also been observed sleeping out in the open, with its belly exposed, usually considered foolishly careless in nature. In the Rajang's case, however, it is probably part of its dominance display. It rests while openly flaunting its softest body part, as a reminder to all that it has nothing to fear, since none can oppose it. When awake, it is an unstoppable force of ecological oppression, preying on just about anything with nearly flawless success. They seem to technically be omnivores, but their diet has been observed to consist nearly entirely of meat regardless. In the process, the Rajang can annihilate entire ecosystems, not purely through violence, but also by causing most local fauna to simply flee in terror. This is probably why it is nomadic in the first place. Any area beset by a Rajang will soon become barren and silent, and so the monster must move on to keep itself fed. These qualities have led the Rajang to be considered in the same vein as a natural disaster, a calamity that can appear out of nowhere and devastate an entire region basically overnight. Due to this, many scholars to this day insist that the Rajang must be reclassified as an elder dragon, as just like them, it is a walking catastrophe. This idea has taken hold in some corners of the guild. Dundorma's Elder Dragon Observation Center, for example, does in fact include the Rajang as one of its observation targets. However, the guild has remained steadfast with its classification of Rajang. A core feature of Elder Dragons, administrators argue, is that they seem entirely removed from all other forms of life, and must thus be considered in their own classification. The Rajang, mysterious and outrageous it may be, still displays clear physiological similarities and genetic links to the Congalala and the Blangonga, and can thus be included into regular monster classifications. Some researchers go even a step further and propose that it might have evolved out of an ancestor of the Blangonga specifically. This hypothesis is based on the physical similarities between the two monsters, as well as the assertion that the Rajang's immense power may be an extreme form of the same mechanism by which the copper Blangonga became stronger as a result of solitary life. This suggestion has not been confirmed as of now though, and is thus merely speculation at this point. The question remains, however, how can a single monster be this destructive and powerful? In some regions, researchers even found brutalized elder dragon corpses in the aftermath of a Rajang invasion, with marks that indicated that they had been fed on. What could possibly allow a fanged beast to become such a force of nature? The answer is twofold. For one, the Rajang simply possesses unrivaled physical strength. Its muscles are unfathomably dense, and with its flexible and strong arms, it can throw punches that utterly pulverize bone near effortlessly. The nails on its hands are short but sharp and can leave brutal gashes even through thick scale armor. The structure of its hands is also deadly, as they are quite human-like, with a strong opposable thumb that allows it to grab opponents like a wrestler. Once locked inside the Rajang's grip, a victim is likely to be torn apart like old parchment, or crushed like overripe fruit. Its horns can skewer targets, and its hard fangs can chew through most known materials. And defensively, the Rajang is equally well equipped. Its rigid fur protects it from impacts and slashes, and its extremely powerful immune system grants it a general resistance to most naturally occurring poisons. In terms of raw physicality, few monsters can stand up to the Rajang. But this isn't even its primary weapon, for this beast hides a truly fascinating, terrible secret. All Rajang are born with a thunder organ, a body structure that is capable of storing, releasing, and controlling electricity. But in juvenile Rajang, this organ is entirely dormant, incapable of being used until a certain moment. Rajang spend their youth developing their physical strength, honing their muscles until they are as powerful as can be. They are not, however, doing this for no reason. They are training. Once a Rajang is large and strong enough, probably around the time of sexual maturity, they embark on a fascinating journey. They set out to hunt a Kirin. Hunting an elder dragon with this much deliberation and preparation is nearly unheard of in nature, but the Rajang has a distinct purpose in mind. Once a Kirin is found, a brutal fight ensues, both parties battling for supremacy. If the Rajang fails, it simply dies, another victim of the overwhelming power of the Phantom Beast. But should the Rajang's training pay off, it will grapple the Kirin into submission and break off its horn. It is crucial to the Kirin's ability to call down lightning, and the Rajang will then perform the most daring chapter of this maturity ritual. While the Kirin reels from the loss of its precious horn, the Rajang will consume it, crushing the horn between its powerful teeth. The mysterious minerals that once powered the Kirin's lightning ability course through the Rajang and activate its thunder organ, giving the beast full access to its electrical powers, and making it the only fanged beast to date to ever master thunder. Once this power awakens, there is no going back. The Rajang fully embraces the lightning and becomes near unstoppable. Interestingly, all observed Rajang were noted to have access to their thunder ability. This maturity ritual must thus function as a filter for adulthood, where juveniles either succeed or die. Considering the task, this ritual probably has a high mortality rate, and might even be the cause for the Rajang's rarity. Armed with the ability to generate the thunder element, the Rajang is truly terrifying. From shooting balls of lightning to firing massive beams of pure energy, the beast can use this power to annihilate any opponent. The beam is especially devastating, as it allows the beast to shoot flying wyverns clean out of the sky. Curiously, after Rajang has awakened its thunder organ, it seems to prefer prey that has thunder abilities itself. But this is only the beginning. For the thunder organ bestows the Rajang with an even more impressive power, one that is only seen when the beast is challenged. The Rajang's black fur may look uniform, but it actually comes in two types. Some of it is just regular hair, but some of the fur, generally that on its back and arms, is actually made up of special hollow hairs. These hollow spaces are filled with a unique substance that reacts violently when exposed to an electrical charge. As the Rajang becomes increasingly enraged and excited, its thunder spreads across its body until it reaches this special fur, which then causes the substance in the hollow hairs to alight with a golden glow, changing the color of the hairs while amplifying the electric charge and empowering the Rajang further. This state is called the beast's war spirit form by the guild, and is when the difference between the two fur coats can be seen most starkly. The hollow hairs turn golden, while the regular fur stays black, creating a striped pattern. It has been noted that the ratio between thunder fur and regular fur differs between individuals, with older Rajang seemingly having more thunder fur. Researchers predict that in old age, Rajang might lose their stripes and turn entirely golden when in the war spirit form, as thunder fur overtakes the regular fur across its life. Regardless of the details, this state represents a Rajang at its apex. Thunder crackles around it, and its power and speed grow exponentially. Very few can survive an onslaught from a war spirit Rajang. The beast can even take it one step further and enter what the guild calls the rampage state. By running a current through its arms, the Rajang heats up and hardens its muscles with such intensity that they begin to glow red and emit steam. In this state, the arms of Rajang are hard as steel and become even more destructive than before. Their hardness also allows them to be used defensively, deflecting attacks easily. Scholars have commented that this ability seems quite similar to how a Kirin can harden its body by running its lightning through it. The war spirit form does not come without a cost, however. As it is tied to the Rajang's level of excitement and stress, it puts a tremendous strain on its body and also consumes an exorbitant amount of energy. It is a weapon that must be managed carefully. To that end, the Rajang has a complex endocrine system that uses hormones to strategically enable and quell the beast's rage in accordance with its energy household. One command center of this mechanism, interestingly, sits on the Rajang's tail. This knot of nerves is tasked with maybe the most crucial task: turn off the war spirit form and regulate the Rajang's thunder abilities. If a fight is taking too long, and the amount of consumed energy is approaching dangerous levels, the command center in the tail will send a signal to release calming hormones that soften the Rajang's rage and ease it out of the war spirit form. It also limits the power output of the thunder ability, functioning as a protective regulatory organ. In doing so, the tail plays a vital role in protecting the Rajang from exhausting itself fatally in battle. This, however, also makes the tail the Rajang's obvious weak spot. When sufficiently struck or damaged, the tail command center will react by causing a spinal reflex, which instantly forces the Rajang out of this war spirit form as a defense mechanism. And should the tail be entirely destroyed, it would have devastating consequences for the Rajang's physical and mental health. Even with this potential weakness, however, the Rajang is extremely dangerous. One aspect of its threat that is, as of now, entirely unclear is its intelligence. With how few reliable observations exist of the creature in the first place, very little research has been conducted into just how smart this monster is. But considering its close relation to Congalala and especially Blangonga, it seems reasonable to expect it to be fairly intelligent. This is corroborated by some very concerning reports by hunters. Many have witnessed the Rajang avoiding or deliberately destroying man-made traps, and the New World Research Commission has observed in horror as it circumvented various hunting tools, including the clutch claw. Due to the possibility of even more complex intelligence than the Blangonga, as well as every other dangerous facet of the creature, Rajang hunts are some of the most scrutinized and meticulously planned quests the guild undertakes, and none but the most accomplished hunters are ever sent out into the field for them. Many mysteries still surround the Rajang, especially since its official discovery has forced the guild scholars to revisit every report and sighting that they had previously dismissed. If the sightings of the Rajang were real, then maybe some of the reports that they had initially thought were bogus might include details that could further enhance our understanding of the creature. Some of these reports could be resolved, but others were much harder to square with reality. One example that long puzzled the guild was that of the Rajang's color. While it is now known that the Rajang's fur can switch between black and gold, there were a number of sightings that claimed to have seen it in its golden war spirit form from afar, as it was simply walking by. This seemed unusual. The war spirit form was a dangerous, energy-sapping weapon reserved for combat, so why would a Rajang simply leave it active while it wasn't fighting? Another bizarre observation that cropped up too often to ignore was that of the Rajang having golden wings. While the Rajang is still rarely observed officially, everyone generally agrees that it does not, in fact, have wings. So how could multiple eyewitnesses independently hallucinate it having them? These clues seemed impossible to resolve until hunters encountered its originator, a Rajang variant, classified under the name Furious Rajang. Like all variants, the Furious Rajang is not a different species of Rajang, but merely an individual that has undergone a specific, non-genetic change. In this case, the Furious Rajang is a Rajang that has become permanently stuck in its war spirit form. Its fur is perpetually golden, and the thunder element courses through its body freely. This explains the reports of a golden Rajang wandering around. As for the reason why its war spirit form is constantly active, that is harder to understand. A key observation regarding this is that every Furious Rajang that the guild has cited had a broken, mutilated, or even entirely missing tail. Based on this, the common hypothesis is that when the tail is lost or heavily damaged, the endocrine command node in it ceases to function, disrupting the hormonal flow in the body. It is believed that this usually disables the Rajang for life and leads to an early death, but in some cases, it appears that the result is instead more destructive. A Rajang that is completely overloaded with stress and anger, burdened with a dysfunctional hormonal cycle that has it in a perpetual state of rage, leading to a continuous surge of electrical power as it remains locked in its war spirit form. Wrath incarnate, a power unleashed. That is the Furious Rajang. As to how the tail is lost and destroyed, there are generally two theories, both of which could be true simultaneously and simply vary by individual. In some cases, the Rajang was probably just injured in battle, leading to the loss of the tail at the hands of a powerful opponent. What kind of enemy could so seriously maim a Rajang is something few researchers want to think about. The second possibility is somehow even more disturbing. It could be that some Rajang become, at some point, aware of how their tail limits their powers. These individuals, perhaps addicted to the rush of battle, might then choose to rip off their own tails to unleash their full potential, an explanation that is supported by the wounds found at the tail base of some furious Rajang. Either way, it is by all accounts a delirious creature, driven mad by the constant flow of thunder and hormones. Its rage is so absolute that it seems to nearly entirely forgo eating and hunting. The furious Rajang instead fights purely for violence sake, and will assault anything that moves regardless of its edibility. Anything and everything can become a target of its rage, including elder dragons, which have been observed being brutalized by the mad ape king. The furious Rajang boasts power that dwarfs that of the regular Rajang, especially in regards to its thunder ability. Not only can it create larger beams and multiple thunderbolts, it can also directly discharge an electric current through its fingers. The furious Rajang uses this new ability to force an explosive current into the ground, detonating its targets from below. The same current can empower its muscles even further, allowing the furious Rajang to perform unbelievable feats of physical strength, such as ripping entire chunks of the earth beneath it out from the ground and launching them as boulders. Some furious Rajang have also been witnessed using their body current to accelerate themselves violently, turning their body into a spiraling death missile for a short time. The furious Rajang's abilities are tied to its emotions, so the angrier and more excited the creature becomes, the more its power surges, with no tail to hold it back. While it is always enveloped in rage, it is possible, if perhaps not advisable, to push the creature even further. Once its ire reaches a zenith, the furious Rajang enters a second, more advanced stage of the war spirit form, one that is entirely unseen in regular Rajang. Its thunder enshrouds its body fully, jumping and crackling freely in its mane. The hair on its back stands up in two distinct triangular tufts, vaguely resembling small wings, the likely origin of the golden wing testimonials. In this form, the furious Rajang simply has no equal, as its body and thunder become unspeakably powerful, able to annihilate enemies near instantly. Even more troubling, since the furious Rajang has no tail, there is no obvious weak spot that challengers and hunters can aim for to disable the transformation. One insight, however, has been gleaned from the scattered reports. Sufficient injury and trauma to the head of the beast will in fact force it to turn off this enhanced war spirit form. Researchers see this as an indication that this state must be maintained consciously through active concentration, but no official conclusions have been reached so far. Even with the rarity of its confirmed sightings, the furious Rajang has gained a fierce reputation even among the civilian population, especially related to the myth of its golden wings. The populace fears the furious Rajang like a specter, a demon that could descend onto them at any moment. The guild, however, is quick to reiterate that the reality is somewhat different. While the furious Rajang is indeed a powerful, deadly creature, the tangible threat it poses to civilization and civilized regions as a whole is actually quite minor. Like the regular Rajang, it is extremely rare and mostly sticks to the remotest areas of the frontier. Moreover, while its thunderous ability is immense, it is likely also its downfall. The tail's regulatory function was a protective mechanism, and without it, it's likely that the furious Rajang is consuming its own energy at a deadly rate. Add to that the fact that it seems to prioritize combat over hunting and feeding, and it is easy to conclude that furious Rajang do not live long lives. So it is unlikely that one would live long enough to cause any real problems near populated areas. If there was one lesson that the Hunters Guild learned during the so-called second generation of its research, it was to never discredit rumors and legends outright. Between the once-in-a-lifetime finds, like the molten Tigrex, or terrifying encounters such as the Rajang, it had become obvious that it simply could not afford not to investigate niche and unscientific reports. Not in a world filled with so much wonder. The ears of culture and history are often more attuned to the truth than the rigid march of guild bureaucracy, after all. In the wake of this lesson, the guild thus began reaching out actively to various communities both in and outside civilized regions to record their stories and myths and use them to enhance its own understanding of the natural world and of monster kind. As far as the Old World continent is concerned, there is no better place to hear legends than Furahia. The biting cold and harsh landscape creates tight-knit, isolated communities, which in turn create elaborate and well-preserved folklore as they huddle together and keep their cultures alive around the warmth of the fireplace. One myth that quickly caught the attention of guild scribes was that of the Wyvern gods. Relate in the traditional old language of Furahia, it tells of gods that reign supreme over the lands, whose breaths are hurricanes and whose steps are earthquakes. They appear in these tales as challenges that local communities must band together to oppose and appease, as they will otherwise trample and crush all they hold dear. There are even some differing versions of the myth. Some imagine these wyvern gods as tough but loving mentors, whose threat is a deliberate test of Furahian unity. Other versions of the myth are explicitly apocalyptic, stating that the battle between the wyvern gods will be one that ends the world. Generally, these wyvern gods were interpreted by both the locals and guild investigators as metaphorical. Their strength and oppressiveness were signifiers of nature, an element that northern religions would naturally depict this way to impress upon its people the urgency of survival in such harsh conditions. But some of the myth's detailed descriptions of the wyvern gods and their bodies piqued the guild's interest enough to keep an eye or two on the region. Ironically, however, their first breakthrough in this case did not happen in Furahia, but instead in Irude, the volcanic peninsula in the central south of the continent. Out of nowhere, a massive black monster appeared and began rampaging across the region. Irude isn't densely populated, but the few settlements that did exist there suffered greatly. The strength of this unknown attacker was unreal, and the guild ended up having to mobilize an entire battalion of hunters to repel it back into the depths of the volcanic belt. Various guild scribes at the time noted that the creature showed strong similarities to one of the wyvern gods described in Furahian folklore. Further investigation and cooperation with local lore keepers eventually confirmed that this was indeed one of the creatures that had inspired the myth, the Black God, named Akantor by the guild, a word that means disaster in Old Furahian. Also known as the Tyrant of the Volcano, the Akantor is entirely endemic to the Erude region and makes its home deep in the volcanic mountains. How exactly it entered the folklore of Furahia, a region far away from its home, is still a mystery. But there is little doubt that this is the creature the legends call the Black God. Just as the stories say, the Akantor is enormous, one of the largest creatures ever discovered. It is also extremely rare, and the ones that exist are better left alone. As a result, research surrounding them is somewhat sparse. Still, the unyielding spirit of the guild research teams has granted us some insight into the life and physiology of the Akantor. Its entire body is covered in a thick, hard black shell, the source of its epithet. This shell is extremely sturdy and resistant. Not even magma can harm it. Analysis of samples has revealed that this shell is actually not made up of living tissue. Instead, it is a mineral conglomerate that grows on the Akantor's body over time. The skin of the monster secretes a thick, calcium-dense liquid from its pores that binds ambient minerals and aerosol particles onto itself, first forming a gray sludge that eventually hardens into a black sheet of shell. Over the Wyvern's life, this process grows the armor it is now famous for, the armor that grants it unrivaled defense from most possible threats. This armor is then managed and enhanced by the interlocking spikes that sprout from the Wyvern's back. These structures are directly connected to the spine through muscles and tendons, and can be moved slightly. This allows the Akantor to adjust its armor to suit its needs, and the spikes also protect it from airborne attacks. Protected by this impressive suit of armor, the Akantor prowls the volcanic regions, walking on all fours similar to a Tigrex. Its size makes it a slow and lumbering creature, but what the Akantor lacks in speed, it makes up for with persistence. The Wyvern is believed to have excellent eyesight and will, once locked onto a target, advance towards it until it is destroyed. Once it has caught up to its quarry, the Akantor will attack using its most prominent physical adaptation, the enormous tusks. These massive spears are deadly, and specialize in piercing through the shell armor of other monsters. Specifically, the Akantor mostly preys on Gravios and, more rarely, its juvenile form Basarios. The tusks serve as a killing instrument that the victim has no defense against. Even older Gravios, whose shell is usually much tougher, stand no chance. As if the tusks weren't enough, the Akantor's saliva is highly corrosive and will actually soften the shell of any creature it comes into contact with. So by drooling on its prey, the Akantor can further enhance the deadliness of its tusks. Besides hunting, the tusks also aid in another one of Akantor's remarkable abilities, burrowing through the ground. The tusks are used to carve out a path through the earth, aided by the Wyvern's impressive claws, which are hard enough to break through bedrock. Interestingly, the tusks grow by sheets of material layering themselves on top of each other periodically, meaning that a cross-section of them shows off tree-like rings that can be used to determine the Akantor's age. That, of course, requires the cutting off of a tusk, which is easier said than done. While above ground, the Akantor is an imposing force, easily dominating all that oppose it. Its enormous tail is mostly used to balance the equally massive body, but when swung around, it becomes a deadly wrecking ball. The Akantor announces its supremacy with deafening roars that even put those of the Tigrex to shame. And it can take it even further. The Akantor seems to have two mechanisms that allow for roaring. Its regular airways, which produce bellows as seen in other monsters, and an unknown, rarely studied organ that compresses air similarly to the Tigrex's viosonic system. This organ, however, is immensely powerful, nearly unseen in nature, and helps the Akantor produce what the guild calls sonic blasts. These are beams of concussive air pressure generated by weaponized roars fed into this mystery organ. These blasts are extremely destructive and give the Akantor a ranged weapon of immense power. It can even be used to shoot flying wyvern clean out of the sky, an option the Akantor will gladly make use of to secure a few additional snacks. Seasoned hunters have since realized that flying wyvern avoiding a specific area while flying is an omen that an Akantor might have settled down nearby. The Akantor excels at both offense and defense, and so it is a walking disaster wherever it appears. For reasons that aren't quite understood yet, the Akantor will sometimes fly into a mad rage, destroying everything in its path. When this happens, its shell begins to glow red, and its maw drools massive globules of corrosive saliva. The effect a rampaging Akantor has on the environment is also profound. Most animals instinctively flee as soon as they feel its presence, and the movements of the Colossus can cause eruptions and earthquakes as it burrows. Thus, the guild treats Akantor sightings as serious emergencies, and will mobilize itself rapidly to contain the threat. Through the Akantor's discovery, the guild's already present interest in the old Furahian myths skyrocketed. If one of the Wyvern gods was indeed a real creature, then it was possible that the others were as well. Unfortunately, while the legends did describe the Wyvern gods in some detail, it was not enough to construct a clear idea of what to look for. The myths described its fearsomeness and strength, not its diet and habitat, after all. But then, through what might be seen in hindsight as an act of divine intervention, the second Wyvern god was indeed found in a manner most dire. At the time, the guild sent out many research patrols into the Furahia region. One such patrol had been tasked with investigating a specific branch of the Wyvern god's story. In it, an ancestor of those who now live in Poke Village had actually repelled one of the gods with an enormous blade before disappearing. This version of the story was unique in that it had left a physical artifact behind, the massive blade the hero is said to have wielded, embedded into the earth near Poke Village. The patrol was meant to take samples from the weapon to bring back to Dundorma, but on the way stumbled upon a grisly sight. Numerous villages nestled between the mountains had been trampled and devastated, its people annihilated. Evidence at the sites implied that they had attempted to contact the guild, but had run out of time. Priority was immediately shifted to investigating these incidents. It appeared that an avalanche had opened up a passage to a previously blocked zone of the mountains, and that something had emerged from there. A humongous beast that was now rampaging across the region. A monster that matched many of the descriptions of one of the Wyvern gods. It was only through the bravery of an unknown hunter that the threat could be contained and the Wyvern could be studied. It was identified as the White God from the legend, and given the name Ukanlos, which can mean White God or collapse in Old Furahian. The Ukanlos seems to only inhabit the deepest, most remote corners of icy tundras. Due to its size, however, it can be seen from far away, resembling a moving iceberg of sorts. Until that avalanche cleared the way to the center of Furahia, those glimpses were all the indigenous people ever got to see of the White God. The guild has since proposed that it might also live in Akura, the northernmost region of the known world, and a place that is, to this day, entirely unexplored. Wherever it may appear, the Ukanlos is a behemoth that easily rivals its legendary counterpart, the Akantor. It too is enormous, covered in a thick white shell that protects it from harm. Like with the Akantor, this shell is enhanced by being fused with ambient minerals and can withstand most threats. What distinguishes the shell of the Ukanlos is its unusual composition. Sharp, serrated scales cover the entire body, with each area having a slightly different shape. The scales on the underside of the body are small and rough, and serve to chisel and grind the ice beneath the creature to allow for a solid gait. The scales on the back, meanwhile, are larger, with the largest ones being called fins. This name implies their function. The Ukanlos can burrow through ice, and the large fins serve as massive saws that cut through the frost sheets and allow for efficient movement through the ground. The fins can also be used offensively by swimming past under a target with the sharp fins sticking out, cleaving it apart alongside the ice. When above ground, the Ukanlos might seem like it should be sluggish due to its size. Surprisingly, however, it is quite agile and can even leap high into the air. Its limbs seem to be much stronger than expected, granting it this exceptional mobility. But the Ukanlos' most striking feature is its bizarre lower jaw, which ends in a massive disc of serrated scales. This structure seems to be used to shovel snow and ice, opening up paths for the massive creature. Since the jaw scales are also serrated, it probably also plays a role in burrowing. Curiously, its upper jaw has external, teeth-like protrusions with an unknown purpose. The Ukanlos' actual teeth are inside its mouth, and suggest that this monster might be a carnivore. While it has never been observed eating, the Ukanlos is surely a fierce predator. With its ridged claws and serrated underbelly giving it a strong grip on any ice surface, this wyvern stands its ground and attacks all that it sees. It is somehow even more aggressive than the Akantor, and will actively leave its territory to wreak havoc on surrounding areas to expand its reign. It sports most of the same abilities that the Akantor displays, except one. While the Ukanlos can also produce powerful roars, it cannot shoot off sonic blasts. Instead, the Ukanlos has a different ranged weapon. By using an unknown organ, the Ukanlos stores some of the snow and ice it grinds up in its body. When needed, the unknown organ can then compress the frost material into a dense snowy slush that can then be spewed out as an ice beam. It is not as destructive as the Akantor's sonic blasts and requires the buildup of snow and ice in the body, but it can still be a devastating weapon. Akantor and Ukanlos, hence known as the two Wyvern gods. Immediately upon their discovery, they caused enormous uproar in the guild. Entirely new contingency plans and mobilization protocols had to be written and canonized to deal with their threat if they emerge. But one area they truly shook up was that of the guild's classification system. Due to their size, their power, their mythological nature, and especially the effect they had on ecosystems, many scholars insisted that the Wyvern gods should naturally be classified as elder dragons. For a while, this was the dominant opinion, but as more sightings of the Akantor and Ukanlos occurred, consensus shifted. Their claws, as well as their stances, were noted to be very similar to those of the Tigrex, and, by extension, those of the Wyvern Rex. The fact that the Akantor glows red when enraged also seemed like a vital clue to where they might fit in the Tree of Life. Most shockingly, analysis of the wrists and fingers showed signs of either degenerated or not yet fully evolved wing bones. Due to this, the Akantor and Ukanlos were ultimately classified as flying wyverns, in what is potentially one of the most controversial classifications in the entire history of the guild. The official hypothesis goes that the Akantor and Ukanlos are likely descendants of a wyvern even more ancient than the Wyvern Rex, and that, like the Tigrex, they did not evolve much due to their already powerful bodies. This unknown, undiscovered ancestor, sometimes called the Origin Wyvern, would then be the earliest possible emergence of what would later become the Flying Wyvern body plan. This missing link, however, remains entirely hypothetical as of now. But despite many heated debates, the Wyvern gods were officially classified as flying wyverns under the suborder Nonalisopoda, and thus caused the first great revision of the guild's phylogeny. Much still remains to be discovered about the Wyvern gods. Direct research is difficult and often very dangerous, so the guild has continued to investigate Furahian history and folklore alongside field observations of the monsters themselves. This approach yielded a most recent, most terrifying revelation. While most versions of the myth seem to agree that there are 2 wyvern gods, some speak of a third. In scattered retellings of the legend, the world is ended by a battle between the Black God, the White God, and the Red God. This third being is also called the Sand God in some versions. This secondary name tipped the guild off that, perhaps, a third species of non-alyssopod wyvern might exist in the vast deserts of the continent. Looking into it, sporadic reports of a massive Ukanlos-like monster appearing in various deserts did in fact happen across guild history. Currently, the Mesoporta Hunters, a division of the guild that specializes in unknown, fringe, or otherwise bizarre monsters, has been tasked with investigating this third wyvern god, but results of their research are still pending. Discoveries such as the Wyvern gods only further emboldened the guild in their efforts to utilize myths and legends as starting points for their research. That was easier said than done, however. Many folktales are rooted in superstition, and while they may be based on actual monster encounters at times, they are just as often the result of a misunderstanding, hallucination, or outright lie. Nevertheless, the guild considered this approach worthwhile, and dedicated a decent number of researchers and scriveners to the task. One group of legends that seemed immediately promising was that surrounding the ancient phantom. These stories come in 2 distinct versions. In the west of the continent, tales tell of a forest spirit that hides in the mist that hangs over the trees, a being that punishes naughty children who misbehave and snatches them unseen. In the east, local myths describe a deity that fills the valleys with fog, a guardian that watches over the bridge between life and death. Across multiple retellings, an image of a creature that hides in fog and tricks people emerges. What made the ancient phantom especially interesting to the guild, however, was not merely these consistent signifiers, but the attitudes of the people who grew up with these stories. Nearly all of them essentially treated this mythical creature as if it was already confirmed to exist, talking about its existence casually and openly. When questioned by the guild, some were even surprised to hear that it hadn't been officially discovered yet. Many figured that it had already been classified as an elder dragon, as that was what the locals seemed to unanimously agree on it being. When the perplexed guild researchers asked for details on its appearance, the case grew even stranger. Nearly no two descriptions were identical, many varying wildly on size, color, and general body plan. Clearly, the ancient phantom existed, but in order to identify what it was exactly, a first-hand encounter would be necessary. And so, guild hunters and scholars ventured into the forests the creature was said to inhabit, and, after a lengthy investigation, managed to record its existence. It was indeed classified as an elder dragon, and named Chameleos. Once clear and consistent reports were confirmed and compiled, the emerging image of the Chameleos was peculiar indeed. It is chameleon-like in appearance, covered in a purple skin of odd texture, with a large leaf-like tail that ends in multiple coiled protrusions. Its massive eyes can move independently and allow the creature to survey both heaven and earth at the same time. Unlike what one would expect from an elder dragon, the Chameleos is a calm, almost docile creature. While it will defend itself and is not fond of intruders, it is considerably less aggressive than most known monsters. Its most intriguing feature, however, took some time to discover, and was studied across many different researchers and institutions, for it is a truly magnificent ability. The Chameleos can become invisible. Across all early encounters, this remained a consistent observation, one that baffled researchers. At the time, no other monster with that ability had ever been found, and even today, many generations later, there are still only 3, including the Chameleos. It is an absurd power that bends reality, and one that the guild immediately began investigating thoroughly. For a long time, research went nowhere. The Chameleos is an elusive creature to begin with, and observing invisibility turned out to be just as hard as it sounds. The first breakthrough didn't come from researchers, but from a hunting party that had fended off a curious Chameleos from a trade caravan. During the short scuffle, a piece of the dragon's skin had been torn off by a hunter, who then donated that sample to the Royal Paleontology Scrivener's Lodge. Here, the head researcher immediately went to work, subjecting the sample to all sorts of experiments. Heat, cold, humidity, various conditions were tested to see if the skin's reaction to them could provide a hint as to how the Chameleos turned invisible. These efforts remained fruitless for a time, until a researcher working on an unrelated project accidentally dropped a fresh thunder sack from his sample box onto the Chameleos skin. What initially seemed like a disaster ended up being a blessing. The skin sample reacted to the electricity in the thunder sack and began changing color. It also seemed to maintain the electric charge and could even emit a weakened electric pulse into the air around it. While no amount of tinkering could make the skin go entirely invisible, it seemed obvious that this trait must somehow be linked to the invisibility. There was a problem, however. No electrosac had ever been seen or found on the Chameleos, and without some way to control electricity, there was no explanation as to how this trait could play into the dragon's invisibility. While various scientists hummed and hawed over the skin sample, Chameleos sightings and reports from hunters continued to yield valuable morsels of information. One key observation was that the Chameleos' invisibility did not activate at random. It was always preceded by the dragon exhaling vast amounts of dull mist, and once the mist dissipated, the Chameleos would prioritize exhaling more of it. One hunter managed to capture some of the mist in a flask and condense it back down into liquid form, allowing it to be studied. To the shock of the researchers, the mist was not composed of water, but instead of a neurotoxin. In higher doses, this compound is an extremely deadly poison, but the concentration in the Chameleos' mist was distinctly non-lethal. Instead, it was dosed such that this toxin would produce mild hallucinogenic effects in those who inhaled the mist, another piece of the puzzle, as this hallucinogen could be used to mess with someone's perception. This also explained why eyewitness accounts had previously been so unreliable, as the witnesses in question would have been under the effects of this hallucinogen and would not have been able to trust their eyes. The final discovery that finally blew the case wide open came, once again, from a field sample. This time, a chunk of Chameleos' flesh with still intact blood vessels. Close inspection of the sample found specialized pores that could release their contents into the bloodstream directly when stimulated. What was truly fascinating was what those spores contained. Tiny amounts of pulverized fusium ore. Elder dragons were known to eat or at least lick ores, and the Chameleos seemed to be no exception. It specifically being fusium ore was the key to finally understanding the Chameleos' ability, however. While most hunters know it as a sturdy material used in weapons crafting, fusium ore has another property that makes it useful to master blacksmiths. It produces a weak electric current when mixed with elder dragon blood. Through the combined efforts of hunters and scientists, these discoveries were synthesized into a functional hypothesis of exactly how the Chameleos goes invisible. The ability relies on the interplay between the skin, the blood, and the mist. The Chameleos releases traces of fusium ore into its bloodstream, which causes the generation of a weak electric current. This current spreads to the skin, which begins changing color. The Chameleos carefully modulates the current and skin color until its body is as close to translucent as it can get. Simultaneously, the dragon begins exhaling the toxic mist, covering a wide area around it. The hallucinogenic neurotoxin in the mist disrupts the perception of those who inhale it, tricking them into losing sight of the Chameleos even further. Finally, the electric charge in the skin interacts with the particulates in the mist surrounding the Chameleos, changing the composition slightly such that they bend light differently. This completes the effect and turns the Chameleos fully invisible. It is a wonder of nature, a three-pronged mechanism working in harmonic tandem to enable a truly mind-bending ability. Even as some details about this ability remain unknown, the very fact of its existence is unbelievable. This hypothesis continues to be reinforced and even expanded. Hunters have noted that damaging or breaking the Chameleos' luminous nose horn weakens its invisibility drastically, making it unable to fully disappear. This has led to the belief that the command center for this ability, or at least one of its command nodes, is located in the nose horn. Invigorated by this amazing discovery, hunters and researchers alike mobilized to further observe Chameleos in the wild. Thanks to the dragon's calm nature, these were some of the safest Elder Dragon investigations the guild has ever conducted. Chameleos are only found in humid environments, which is likely tied to the reliance on mist. High ambient humidity probably helps in its generation and upkeep. Once observations started, one of their first findings was the Chameleos' high intelligence, displayed in one of the more amusing anecdotes from that time. Investigation teams traveling through Chameleos territory kept noticing that their supplies were disappearing one after another. Potions, rations, even maps and pickaxes would just vanish. Then, on one occasion, a hunter caught the thief in the act. It was an invisible Chameleos, snatching the items away with its long, sticky tongue. The only reason it was spotted at all was because its tongue does not go fully invisible. Initially, this behavior was assumed to be a result of curiosity and merely reactive. But further observations have revealed that this is premeditated behavior. At some point, the Chameleos realized that supplies such as these are what allow humans to venture into the frontier and into its territory, and that, once they ran out, the humans are forced to retreat and leave. So, by stealing these items, the Chameleos strategically pushes the intruders to leave of their own accord. In a sense, this kleptomania is the Chameleos' way of resolving conflicts peacefully. Even when directly confronted, the Chameleos is generally hesitant to escalate. Numerous encounters with Chameleos were diffused by hunters simply walking away slowly, a gesture the creature understands and accepts as a signal of non-aggression. This disposition is probably why local populations have such a casual knowledge of and relation to the dragon. As long as you respect its boundaries, you have little to fear. Unfortunately, violent encounters still happen. Some humans are reckless, and some Chameleos are just more aggressive than others. While these situations are regrettable, they have provided the guild with vital information on the Chameleos' offensive and defensive abilities. Enshrouded in its mist, the Chameleos uses its invisibility to attack its targets out of sight. Its large body, short but sharp claws, and hard tail can all be used as powerful physical weapons. One surprisingly effective offensive behavior of the dragon is its unusual tempo of movement. The Chameleos moves in slow, rhythmic patterns that make it look quite sluggish when relaxed. In combat, however, the creature erratically alternates between slow and fast motions to such a degree that predicting its attacks becomes near impossible, even for a seasoned hunter. Defensively, the skin of the Chameleos is quite hard and can withstand a surprising amount of abuse. But the real challenge is actually hitting it in the first place. The dragon has an almost supernatural awareness of its surroundings, and seems to have no blind spots. How exactly this is possible is unclear, but hunters noted that damage to the tail seemed to cause the Chameleos to move more clumsily, and even disrupt its invisibility somewhat, as if it was suddenly unsure of its environment. The tail has thus since been theorized to be a sensory organ. Initially, the hypothesis was that the protrusions on the tail could somehow detect changes in light, but more recent findings have proposed an even more daring idea. The curvature of the protrusions, and especially the coiled tail tip, seem reminiscent of a cochlea, the spiral canal found in the ear. The Chameleos has also been noted to react strongly to sounds coming from behind it. Thus, the current belief is that the protrusions capture and direct sound waves from the environment into an unknown auditory sensor somewhere on the tail, probably the underside. In other words, the tail is believed to essentially be one giant external ear. This gives the Chameleos a strong sensory awareness of both its front and back, and indeed eliminates most blind spots. However, getting slashed or trampled by the Chameleos is only secondary to the true threat of the dragon. For if there is one thing that the Chameleos is a master of, it is toxins. The compound used in its mist is only one of a dozen or so different poisons the dragon can produce. The Chameleos has a unique toxin sac that is connected to the digestive system. Parts of the food the Chameleos devours are fed into this sac, where they are mixed with a catalyst fluid that generates a variety of poisons. Which exact toxins are created depends on the dragon's diet, and because Chameleos can have quite varied diets depending on where they live, the toxins they have access to actually varies by region. One of the more exciting and dangerous parts of researching Chameleos is cataloging all the different toxins it can produce, and which regional variation is able to use them. Their effects also vary greatly. Some attack the muscles, some dissolve skin, and others paralyze specific parts of the body or shut down organs. The Chameleos can also release these compounds in various ways. It can mix them into its saliva and spit them out as slimy globules, which seems to be the most straightforward method. It can also, however, turn most of these poisons into mist. A hunter who stood near a Chameleos as it released its hallucinogenic mist noted that the creature's chest was vibrating ever so subtly, but at an incredible frequency. So it appears that the Chameleos possesses some kind of organ that can vibrate its poisons at ultrasonic rates, turning it into mist in the process. The dragon also has small pores on the underside of its wings that can allow it to release poison even from its wing membranes. Even without this, the wings play a role in its combat strategy. By flapping them, the Chameleos can manipulate the position and direction of poison clouds, thus controlling the battlefield. To no one's surprise, the Chameleos itself is essentially immune to all manner of poisons. It is the undisputed king of toxins, and can even pose a threat to other monsters known for their poison resistance, such as the Wraths. Despite this fierce ability, many consider the Chameleos a benevolent creature, rarely the cause for any trouble. Some consider it so peaceful, in fact, that they question why it is even considered an elder dragon. While many locals generally assumed it to fit into that category, many guild researchers, especially young ones, are more critical of it. The creature is peaceful, it is odd, it is peculiar, it doesn't seem like an elder dragon. The guild, however, remains firm in their judgment, for one reason. While the current threat of the Chameleos is somewhat manageable, the potential threat is incalculably immense. A concerning detail in Chameleos research is that there does not seem to be a limit to how wide of an area its mist can cover. While most Chameleos only release enough to cover its immediate surroundings, cases of one dousing an entire forest in its toxic fog do make their way to the guild every now and then. This, combined with the presence of its ultrasonic organ, presents a grim possibility. The Chameleos could technically turn any of its many poisons into a mist that could be spread across an unspecified range. The implications of this are terrifying. Say, for example, a Chameleos has access to voice sap toxin. In smaller doses, this compound simply paralyzes the vocal cords and the throat, and prevents the affected from speaking. But a Chameleos has full control over the concentration and form of its poisons, and when concentrated, all of its toxins are deadly. So, say for example, this Chameleos decides to cover a populated area with a mist of concentrated voice sap toxin. It could, within minutes, shroud an entire settlement in silent death, all life perishing in choking agony, unable to scream, an entire ecosystem wiped away on a whim. There would be nothing anyone could do at that point. It's an extreme scenario, and so far entirely hypothetical, but the Chameleos' intelligence also implies a degree of unpredictability. It may seem peaceful and docile, but were anything to set it off, the consequences of its wrath could be catastrophic. And so, the guild insists that it remain classified as an elder dragon to adequately represent and prepare for the power that it wields. In the modern era, Elder dragons such as the Chameleos are synonymous with power. Even those living in civilized regions, far away from the wild frontiers of the world, know of the mighty dragons that shake the earth, poison the air, and command the thunder. But these days, there is a certain casualness to it. Elder dragons are just another branch of life, and while powerful, there are many stories of them being bested. Some might even know hunters who have seen or even repelled elder dragons. While they are still feared and respected, as they should be, they are also more understood as natural parts of our world. That was not always the case. In a time before the Hunters Guild, before monster hunting had really even been a way of life anyone imagined, in a time so ancient only the oldest Wyverians recall it. In such a time, elder dragons were already feared beyond measure. Back then, even regular monsters were unstoppable forces that regular people could only try to avoid and escape from. To have an elder dragon appear near your hometown must have felt as if all the forces in the cosmos were conspiring against you. Even as monster hunting started to slowly develop as a profession, elder dragons still remained unknowable and unbeatable. This was not just due to their power, but also because they were unpredictable. Most elder dragons are highly intelligent, and all of them can turn an ecosystem upside down on a whim. It would take a massive, systematic effort to counter that, and in those distant times, there simply was no such thing. Up until a few hundred years ago, the only tool civilization had to somewhat manage the elder dragon threat were the dragon diviners. These Wyverian polymaths used observational and spiritual methods to roughly predict when and where an elder dragon would appear, and warned the surrounding people accordingly. Wyverians are said to be descendants of dragons, a lineage parallel to how humans developed from primates. It is known that they are extremely attuned to the flow of nature, and some have even theorized that under certain conditions, Wyverians can even sense an elder dragon's intentions through some sort of ancestral link. That is merely speculation though, and either way, the accuracy of these dragon diviners was far from perfect. But what truly held them back was that they were scattered across the lands, and that they were inherently disorganized and erratic. There was no protocol, no order, no study to their craft. They merely warned citizens in their vicinity whenever they thought an elder dragon might be near. It was better than nothing, but still not enough. In places where dragon diviners were not available, the people often turned to religion, building entire systems of faith around the worship and appeasement of elder dragons. For what else could they do in the face of such absolute power, but pray that its wrath does not descend upon them? Then, finally, change came at the hands of the Great Elder of Dundorma, known as His Immenseness by some. Frustrated with civilization being constantly on the defensive against elder dragons, the Great Elder summoned all dragon diviners and dragon scholars from across the continent to Dundorma. With them, the Great Elder established the Elder Dragon Observation Center, an organization that would rely on empirical, scientific study of the elder dragons and compile all knowledge regarding them, in an effort to finally push back against the threat. The Great Elder then seized Dundorma's prayer hall and converted it into the Elder Hall, the beating heart of all elder dragon research. This paid off tremendously. The Observation Center focused on compiling records and knowledge regarding elder dragons and similarly powerful monsters. By combining the efforts of diviners, scholars, and hunters, Dundorma's Elder Dragon Research Center became a vital part of preventative and ecological research. Using their dragon balloons, scholars observe elder dragons from afar and report all of their behavior and movement back to the center using carrier birds. The center then analyzes the findings, using them to warn settlements ahead of time if an elder dragon appears to be going in their general direction, as well as educating hunters on how to deal with them in the wild. This organized, free flow of information, as well as meticulous record keeping, has proven immensely useful, and similar organizations began appearing almost immediately. One also cannot understate the symbolic power of the Great Elder converting Dundorma's prayer hall into the linchpin of this organization. Standing atop the city, Dundorma's temple had long been a holy place. Its transformation heralded a sort of cultural revolution across the old continent. Seeing the results of Dundorma's scientific approach to elder dragons, many previously religious regions began distancing themselves from worship in favor of an observation-based study of the world, creating an entire generation of eager scholars waiting to join in on the quest to unraveling elder dragons. Of course, in order to inspire, the Elder Dragon Observation Center would need to produce results. Luckily, one of their earliest breakthroughs was in regards to one of the oldest and most venerated myths of the central continent, the Steel Dragon. It appeared in countless legends all across the lands, tales of a metal beast shrouded in storms. It was, coincidentally, also a being that had been worshipped as a weather god by many of the same groups of people who abandoned their faith to help out the observation team after the Great Elder's seizing of the temple. Perhaps this was the reason why the Steel Dragon myth was investigated so thoroughly and so early, many new members of the team being eager to understand the legend that had defined so much of their culture. One way or another, the ambitions and skills of the observation team coalesced and soon bore fruit, as the Steel Dragon was sighted and then studied officially not long after. It was one of the earliest properly recorded elder dragons, given the name Kushala Daora. If you asked a random civilian to describe an elder dragon, most would probably end up reconstructing the Kushala Daora. A slim figure consisting of 4 legs, 2 massive wings, a tail, and a horned head. It is the spitting image of a traditional depiction of a dragon. Then again, many of those traditional depictions probably originate from prehistoric Kushala sightings anyway, so that is not surprising. Of all the known elder dragons, the Kushala Daora is perhaps the best studied one, mainly because it tends to appear near human settlements somewhat frequently. It also has an extremely wide habitat range, appearing all over the old world and even in some areas of the new world. And, uncharacteristically for an elder dragon, it is a fairly calm creature most of the time, tolerating the presence of animals and even humans much more than most monsters. These factors make it easier to research than most other dragons. But even after having been studied for so long and seen comparatively often, the Kushala Daora is still a fascinating, mysterious creature. For one, it boasts one of the most unusual defensive adaptations ever seen in the animal kingdom: a skin made of metal. The entire hide of the Kushala Daora is metallic, akin to steel in its composition. This hide protects the dragon from all manner of damage. It can't be cut or broken through, and it repels most projectiles, man-made or otherwise. Only extreme heat, such as that emanating from lava or created by fellow dragons, can seriously compromise this armor's integrity. This ultimate defense is probably why Kushala Daora are sometimes seen just strolling around among other creatures. They have little to nothing to fear, since their hides are essentially impenetrable. It isn't just an outer layer of metal either. The skeleton of the Kushala Daora is fused directly into the skin, with external bones mirroring the internal ones. Initially, this was believed to be an exoskeleton, but it has since been discovered that the Kushala Daora does have bones on the inside of its body as well. This double skeleton probably aids with stability and movement. The inner bones keep the body stable, while the outer bones force the heavy metal hide to move by expanding and contracting it. Studying the anatomy of a Kushala is, however, extremely difficult. Even if an intact specimen is recovered, the insides of the dragon are an unintelligible mess of metal fusing and mixing with flesh, so guild scholars have had a hard time making sense of it. It is, for example, still not known how this hide develops in the first place. Like many elder dragons, the Kushala Daora has been observed eating ores, and nothing else. So perhaps it derives its metallic armor from its diet. Another theory is that it might be able to accumulate metallic aerosols from its environment, similar to how the shell of the metal rafts is believed to have evolved. Either way, through some mysterious process, the Kushala Daora can metallize its tissue and reinforce its body. One interesting discovery that was, however, made is that the tissue in the various recovered Kushala samples was inconsistently metallized. Some only had metal skin, while others had a thick layer of metal underneath the skin. Some had metal teeth, and a few even had traces of metallization in the heart and the stomach. Mysteries still surround this discovery, but some scholars have proposed a daring theory. It could be that as a Kushala Daora ages, whatever process allows it to turn soft tissue into metal begins malfunctioning. This would, in principle, be akin to what we call old age in humans, previously vital bodily functions gradually degrading as a result of an accumulation of errors across a long lifetime. In the Kushala Daora's case, its life would end naturally when it accidentally metallized its internal organs, its body shutting down as its heart gradually turns into solid steel. Some have even extended this theory and suggested that the Kushala Daora found in the New World might be feeding on the crystals in the Elder's Recess specifically to prevent this from happening, as the bioenergy contained in those crystals reinvigorates and maintains life functions, such as their metallization process. This is, however, at this point, entirely speculation, and more research remains necessary. While it may spell its death in the end potentially, during the Kushala Daora's prime, this metal hide serves it well. Not only is it impenetrable, it is also extremely heavy. This gives the Kushala a solid stance that cannot be easily broken by even floods or landslides. Its heavy body withstands those without moving an inch. And yet this weight does not slow the dragon down. The Kushala Daora has powerful, thick limbs and well-developed muscles that can move its heavy body with ease. In fact, watching a Kushala Daora pounce and run, one would never imagine just how heavy this slim creature actually is. The result of having a heavy body that can be moved quickly is that the physical attacks of the dragon are devastating. Its claws can cut through nearly anything thanks to the enormous force their weight produces. Some Kushala Daora can even enhance this deadliness by imbuing their claws with dragon energy. Nothing is known about this ability and how it works, however. The dragon's tail is also deadly, able to kill large flying wyverns with a single swipe. Its metal hide has been the stuff of legends for ages, and even before the dragon and its biological peculiarities were properly studied, many of the civilizations that worshipped the Kushala Daora likened its skin to steel. In the modern day, fragments of Kushala skin and Kushala scales are highly sought after for their quality, and an entire market has emerged focused on selling fakes. Between chunks of regular steel or hastily painted Kutku scales, the markets of Dandorma and Mindguard are full of charlatans. An easy way to tell the authenticity of a Kushala scale is to gently hit it. A real scale will produce an eerie, high-pitched ringing, like a metal bell. This metal hide raised many questions, but one burned especially hot in the minds of early researchers. The Kushala Daora is incredibly heavy due to the metal, so heavy that no amount of muscle mass should allow it to fly. Its wings may be massive, but they themselves are also covered in heavy metal plating. And yet, the dragon is often seen flying near effortlessly, gliding through the air as if it were light, like a bird or flying wyvern. This was unexplainable, until the observation center and the guild once again swallowed their pride and lent an ear to rumors. For a long time, people had spoken of the Kushala's ability to control the very wind itself, its roar commanding the heavens like a chained dog. For a while, these ideas were dismissed as mere sensationalism. But as guild hunters and observers encountered the Kushala firsthand again and again, it became obvious that the rumors were true. The Kushala Daora can indeed control the wind, and, by extension, the weather. It has since been found that this wind control is what enables the Kushala to fly. By creating and manipulating updrafts under its wings, the dragon can force itself into the air despite its weight and ride air currents of its own making. As per usual with elder dragons, this answer simply raised more questions. How does the Kushala control the wind? The precise mechanism is still not understood, and due to the dragon's bizarre internal anatomy, the only real way to unravel this ability is to simply observe it. The Kushala Daora can produce winds from within its body, which are emitted directly through the hide. These winds can range from small breezes to tornadoes to atmospheric zephyrs that change the entire climate of a region. In fact, it has been noted that the mere presence of a Kushala tends to alter the weather, causing storms and gales in the area. Since the winds seem to emerge from the body, it is likely that the dragon has an internal organ that can produce them. No such organ has ever been recovered or found by hunters, though. The wind may even be produced by the hide itself. The handful of armors made from Kushala Daora skin still emit a light windy breeze and aid in the wearer's movements. Another key observation in this matter was that whenever a hunter managed to damage or break the short horns on the Kushala's head, its proficiency with its winds drastically degraded, leading researchers to believe that the horns control the winds once they are produced. How exactly they do this is unknown. Some scholars believe that the horns use electromagnetic waves to manipulate the paths of air currents, but that is mere speculation at this point and nearly impossible to test. However it may function, the fact of the matter is that this ability is what makes the Kushala Daora a walking disaster, more than worthy of the title Elder Dragon. Its winds come in many forms. At its most basic, this ability manifests as a shroud of gales surrounding the dragon. This wind aura allows the Kushala to fly, but it also offers an additional degree of protection. The wind around its body repels projectiles, deflects physical attacks, and even pushes enemies back if they get too close. Another immovable shield on top of an already impenetrable armor. This aura holds deeper significance still. Its power surges as the Kushala's rage grows, and the strength of the wind aura influences the strength of all of its other winds. It is thus reasonable to conclude that its other wind abilities all derive from this aura. The Kushala Daora can use its winds to change the weather itself, presumably by using its aura as a conduit to force its will onto the atmosphere in its surroundings. This is a devastating ability, as it can cause massive storms, tornadoes, typhoons, and even sandstorms. In one well-documented case, a village was beset by snowstorms for weeks without pause because a nearby Kushala had been upset by some unknown factor. On a smaller scale, the Kushala Daora can create wind blasts around its body and from its mouth, spewing out pressurized air like other dragons would spew fire. The mouth of the Kushala has indeed developed to be a sort of wind cannon, with a long snout lined with special tissue that compresses its wind further and further as it travels through it. Even its teeth are in service of this, being small and angled such that they form a guiding canal. The winds from the Kushala's mouth vary greatly in strength. They can be mere gusts meant to deter attackers, or they can be missiles of destructive air that rip targets apart. Again, the power of this particular application of its wind depends on its wind aura and its rage. A full-power Kushala Daora wind cannon is among the most destructive single monster attacks ever recorded, and is entirely unstoppable as it pulverizes solid rock instantly. With its wings, the Kushala Daora can produce swirling gales that combine into raging cyclones and twisters. These wind beasts broil and seethe, destroying all that they encounter while also hiding the dragon from sight. The Kushala seems to be able to control their paths, and some especially skilled individuals can even force two small twisters to combine into a massive one. These attacks are devastating, and can even be enhanced by the environment. When used in snowy regions, many of the Kushala Daora's winds carry ice and frost with them, and on the very rare occasion that a Kushala ventures near lava, its cyclones can sometimes catch fire and turn into infernal hurricanes. As already mentioned, as the Kushala Daora grows angrier, its winds become stronger. When its rage reaches its apex, the wind undergoes a peculiar transformation. It turns pitch black. In this state, called Dragon Wind, the gales of the Kushala Daora are so powerful that they can cleave enemies in half easily. The Kushala's Dragon Wind is rarely seen and impossible to defend against. One can only watch as the black storms rip apart all that stands in their way. 2 layers of unrivaled defense and an offensive ability that is nearly unstoppable. That is the power of an Elder Dragon. Repelling a Kushala Daora is thus extremely difficult, and for a time, the knowledge gathered by the Elder Dragon Observation Center did little to aid in the practical reality of fighting such a calamity. But then, finally, a weakness was found. The Kushala Daora is extremely weak to poisons of all kinds. Why this is the case is still up for debate. One leading hypothesis is that the process by which the dragon metallizes its tissue requires its immune system to be quite accepting of foreign materials entering the body, leading to a severely lacking immune response in case of poison. Whatever the case may be, poisoned weapons and arrows can incapacitate the Kushala reliably, and they seem to especially disrupt whatever organ it uses to produce its winds. For hunters looking to face the steel dragon, poisoned armaments are therefore indispensable. And so, time marched on. Hunters, with the aid of the observation center, pushed back against elder dragons, and fought many battles against many Kushala Daoras specifically. Over time, research on the creature progressed, and more fascinating details came to light. One aspect of the dragon that beckoned clarification was the matter of its species. Numerous hunters remarked that across their encounters with these dragons, they seem to vary greatly in color. Some wear a brilliant silver, others a dull gray, and some even a dark brown. Did this genus simply have an abundance of subspecies? Closer investigation revealed that no, the genus Kushala was a monotypic genus, a genus that only includes a single species. The actual reason for its color variation was much stranger. The hide of the Kushala is made of metal, and as such, it is not immune to the wear and tear metal experiences. Specifically, the hide oxidizes over time, its integrity changing alongside its color. This color shift happens on a cycle. The hide darkens and browns as it oxidizes, until the hide needs to be replaced. At this point, the Kushala Daora retreats into cold environments, where the freezing air is thought to aid in the next step. That step is to molt. Like an insect, the Kushala Daora breaks out of its old hide with a fresh armor already grown under its surface. This new hide is, at this point, milky white and quite soft by comparison, as it hasn't fully finished developing. In this state, the Kushala Daora is quite vulnerable. Knowing this, a Kushala that is getting ready to molt becomes extremely aggressive and territorial, hoping to scare off or vanquish any enemies before it enters this sensitive phase of its cycle. This strategy seems to work, as across all of history, only a handful of people, mostly Wyverians, have ever laid eyes upon a white Kushala Daora. Their discarded old hides, however, have been found in numerous cold regions, and often become a hotbed for smaller critters to nest in. This disqualified all the discolored Kushala Daora from being subspecies, as they were simply the known species at different times in its molting cycle. There was, however, one stage of this cycle that the guild chose to name a variant due to the extended danger it poses whenever it emerges. They call it the Rusted Kushala Daora, a Kushala that is in its final phase before molting. These individuals are entirely brown, their hide oxidized and rusted completely. They are essentially just waiting to molt, and since the aggression of a Kushala Daora increases rapidly the closer it gets to molting, the Rusted Kushala is a violent, terrifying creature. In terms of abilities, it is essentially equal to its steel-colored state. Its rusted hide may look brittle, but it is actually even tougher, as it is reinforced by the second metal hide underneath it that has already formed partially. But the reason the Rusted Kushala Daora was named a variant isn't a difference of power, but one of behavior. During the rest of its molting cycle, the Kushala Daora ranges from being a peaceful, unbothered creature to a grumpy but mostly passive dragon. The Rusted Kushala, however, will actively attempt to decimate anything it can find within its surroundings, its instincts screaming at it to eradicate all possible threats before molting. This leads it to actively attacking human settlements as well, and many dramatic battles with it have been fought at the gates of Dundorma. Luckily, Rusted Kushala are only a temporary threat. Weighed down by wearing 2 sets of armor, it will eventually retreat to its chosen molting spot and break apart, emerging in brilliant white and restarting the cycle. Across the Hunters Guild's second generation of research, few projects were as ambitious as the Elder Dragon investigations. While Elder Dragon observatories had existed for quite some time at this point, The insights into creatures like Chameleos and Kushala Daora galvanized a need to find out more about these powerful beings, not just because they were dangerous, but because they were fascinating. In hindsight, many consider the second generation as the bedrock for all future Elder Dragon research. This desire to understand naturally resulted in more fundamental questions being asked. First and foremost, what even are Elder Dragons? So far, it had mostly been a functional title. If a creature was unknowable, affected the ecosystem disproportionately, and was so powerful that it required large-scale mobilization and evacuation to deal with, it would be called an Elder Dragon to make sure that hunters and civilians alike took it seriously enough. But if research was to really take off and be shared across multiple semi-independent organizations, some basic, consistent definition had to be established. After much humming and hawing, scholars of the guild eventually settled on a few key axioms of what defines an Elder Dragon. Most importantly, it was decided that the term Elder Dragon was to be a waste bin classification. A group whose members' shared feature is that they fit nowhere else in the classification system. This may seem dismissive, but it does adequately account for the fact that a common thread across all Elder Dragons is that they mostly live in myth and folklore, with very little concrete knowledge on their biology and ecology. Trying to place them anywhere on the existing tree of life would take assumptions upon assumptions, and so, an entirely separate group defined by that disconnect made the most sense. This was exacerbated by the realization that Elder Dragons didn't seem well represented in the fossil record either, making any taxonomical claims about them quite difficult. Thus, a core characteristic of Elder Dragons was determined to be that they seem largely disconnected from all other forms of life in terms of evolutionary ancestry. That is not to say that no commonalities and patterns emerged within this group. As research progressed, scholars noted that the thus far recorded Elder Dragons did in fact display physiological similarities between each other. Many of the discovered species shared a body plan: 4 legs, 2 wings, a tail, and a head, often horned. This was not entirely consistent, the Kirin being an obvious outlier, but it was notable. Moreover, this body plan has, to this day, never been seen in a creature that wasn't already considered an Elder Dragon. So this general body shape is perhaps the ancestral link that all dragons share, and the reason they don't fit with any Wyvern or Beast lineages. As analytical tools improved, more insights into Elder Dragons were gained. The blood of Elders is special, containing a mysterious compound that imbues it with special energies. Blood samples are thus to this day a good method to determine if a creature might be related to Elder Dragons. With these workable definitions in hand, researchers continued to investigate all sorts of myths and legends. One story that caught their attention was that of the Flame Dragon. Like the Steel Dragon, this entity appeared in many stories of various origins, always wielding a broiling kiln of fire in its maw, often revered as a god of destruction and rage. The reason why this myth in particular was interesting to the guild lay in the description of the dragon. In all versions of the story, it was coated in fur and had a head reminiscent of a beast rather than a wyvern. To find a furry elder dragon would be fascinating, and perhaps shine some further light into the lineage. Another curious detail about this dragon is that across all of its tellings, its appearance is shockingly consistent in description, except its color. Half of the time, the dragon is described as red, while in many other myths, it is said to be blue. This consistent inconsistency seemed like an indicator of something truly worth studying. As they ventured into villages and regions where the myth was dominant, scholars gradually gained an understanding of what this creature might be. One researcher even spotted a likely candidate of this myth from afar, a dragon-like silhouette, distinctly blue in color. Even after this sighting, though, many locals insisted that the dragon was actually red. This back and forth continued until an older researcher was able to observe a flame dragon up close, watching it lick a cave wall. After it had left, the researcher collected saliva samples, and the investigation was able to kick into high gear. Curiously, this specimen was red, and so knowledge progressed until, finally, a comprehensive idea of this being was constructed. There were, in fact, 2 flame dragons, not different species, but rather different sexes. The male flame dragon is red and was named Teostra by the guild, while the female is blue and was given the name Lunastra. While their fur did not end up being as revelatory as the guild had hoped, it was still a massive find. The first recorded case of sexual dimorphism in an elder dragon species. Aside from the color and the shape of their horns, both types of flame dragon are quite similar. They have long, stiff tails and massive, furry wings. Their backs are covered in hair, while their limbs and underbellies are protected by a hard dragon shell. Their heads are most curious. A truly beast-like face, reminiscent of that of a lion, surrounded by a wild mane and beard, crowned with massive horns and armed with protruding tusks. Even if no clear link to fanged wyvern or fanged beasts could be established to this day, the similarities are noteworthy. For a long time, the 2 dragons were only ever sighted alone, which made their exact relationship hard to determine. It wasn't until fairly recently that the first mating pair of Teostra and Lunastra was observed, all the way in the New World. To this day, no mating pair has ever been seen in the Old World. Studying these flame dragons is quite difficult, as all of their materials are highly flammable and can explode without warning. Be that as it may, the guild still pushed on and managed to gain various insights into this fascinating dragon species. Their habitat range is mostly confined to hot regions, such as volcanoes or deserts, but they have on occasion been spotted in swamps as well. They are mostly terrestrial and don't seem to fly often. The female Lunastra is considered a more competent flyer, while the male Teostra seems to prefer staying on the ground. In fact, for a long time, it was believed that the male had entirely lost the ability to fly, until Teostras in the New World were observed flying with ease. Both sexes are surprisingly agile on land, having specialized back feet with pads and claws that allow them to propel themselves off the ground with explosive force. As they travel, the flame dragons feed not on plant or animal life, but on ores. Both males and females have been seen eating minerals by biting through cave walls. They have also, on occasion, been seen snacking on fire herbs and nitro shrooms. While there is some debate on if one can even call this eating, as it is just a consumption of minerals, these materials seem at the very least to be essential to maintaining the dragon's body. Specifically, these materials seem to fuel the flame dragon's main ability, its total control over flame and heat. The body temperature of this dragon species is absurdly high, while it itself is entirely immune to the effects of heat. Both the shell and the fur of the flame dragon are tough and resistant to heat, and can even repel physical attacks. The ores and minerals the dragon consumes are processed in the body into 2 components: a highly flammable gas and a waste material in form of a powder. The gas can be mixed with the dragon's saliva into a burning oil, which allows the Teostra and Lunastra to spew out streams of fire from their mouths. For reasons that aren't clear to the guild, the flames of the female burn much hotter than those of the male, giving their fire breaths a distinct color as well. Teostra's flames are the typical orange, while Lunastra's breath is a scorching blue, reserved only for the fiercest of all flames. The ability to spit near endless quantities of fire would by itself make these two extremely dangerous. But the fury of the flame dragons comes in two distinct forms, both ferocious in their own right. Most commonly seen is the Flame Shroud, the dragon's first line of defense. This technique envelops the body of the dragon in its flammable gas, as it burns invisibly in the air. This manifests as an aura of intense heat around the dragon, with tiny flames flickering in its shell and mane. The transparent shroud distorts the air around the body through the heat, which has given Teostra and Lunastra the nickname Heat Haze Dragons. This shroud does more than just distort air, however. The temperature difference between the air immediately around the body and the air further away creates a sort of pocket that can divert and even repel projectile attacks. But more importantly, the rising temperature around the dragon makes even being near it deadly. Not even guild-approved cool drinks can protect a human from perishing in the infernal heat of a Teostra or Lunastra's proximity. This has even wider effects. As a constant emitter of extreme heat, the very presence of a flame dragon alters the climate of a region, causing heat waves and, over prolonged periods of time, a deadly drought. A walking disaster indeed. Thanks to their increased internal temperature, the flame dragons also become more proficient at using their fire breath while the flame shroud is active. As the body heats up and the shroud becomes stronger, the mane of the flame dragon glows intensely, an indicator of their power. The second application of the flame dragon's power is called the Blast Shroud, and utilizes the powder that is left over after turning the ingested ores into gas. This powder is theoretically a waste product, but the flame dragons find use for it all the same. Through the skin, the powder is ejected and accumulated in the fur, especially among the tiny hairs that cover the underside of the dragon's wing membranes. Usually, this powder simply stays in the fur and passively falls off. To activate the Blast Shroud, the dragon begins emitting copious amounts of this powder, which begins floating off the body continuously. This powder is usually harmless, but when primed by the high temperature of the air surrounding the dragon, it becomes extremely explosive. The flame dragon can ignite this blast powder by creating a spark, using either its flint-like teeth, claws, or wingtips. Curiously, the male Teostra seems to prefer using its teeth more so than the female Lunastra. Either way, this gives the dragon a highly explosive offensive option. The powder can either be deposited nearby with simple body motions, or spread across a wider area by flapping the wings. Once a spark is created, it ripples across the clouds of powder and ignites all of them. The specific application of their Blast Shroud is also where the two sexes differ the most. The powder produced by the male Teostra is light and floats in the air naturally. The male can thus create clouds of blast powder that hover around as time bombs, waiting for their master to spark them into detonation. The powder of the female Lunastra, meanwhile, is dense and heavy. Instead of floating, it falls to the ground in piles. When sparked, it doesn't merely explode, but alights into a raging spire of blue flame that lingers on the ground as the remaining powder burns away. The density of the powder makes the burning reaction much more violent, releasing huge amounts of energy while the flames linger. This manifests in wind blasts, which can prevent targets from moving and trap them in a blue inferno. What is consistent between the two dragons, however, is the incredible degree of control they have over their powders. Both the Teostra and especially the Lunastra can control the precise quantity, location, and even movement of their blast powders. How this is possible is unknown, but hunters have noted that as the blast shroud is kept active, the horns of the dragons begin to glow. Horns being key to an Elder Dragon's ability is a known pattern, and it appears that the Flame Dragons further confirm it. Curiously, the Blast Shroud is not just a combat ability. Researchers have observed Flame Dragons activating it in low-stress situations and simply detonating the powder near or even on their bodies. The current hypothesis is that this mechanism is originally meant to be used as a way of cleaning off grime and dirt from the dragon's shell, and that weaponizing it emerged as a secondary application. When fighting, the flame dragons will periodically cycle between their two shrouds. Why they do this was long unknown, since most enemies wouldn't live to see more than 1 or 2 cycles at most anyway. It was only as the average skill level of monster hunters increased that hunting parties could push Teostra and Lunastra hard enough to witness what the purpose of their shroud cycle really was. As the dragons use their shrouds, their bodies become hotter and hotter, as well as coated in more and more blast powder. After enough cycles, these factors reach a zenith, at which point they can be unleashed as a devastating ultimate attack. Both sexes use this opportunity differently. The Teostra's method is blunt and straightforward. Once it notices the time has come, it flies into the air and curls up, covering as much of itself with powder as possible while also spreading much of it into the surrounding area. By spiking its body temperature beyond its usual limits rapidly, the Teostra ignites all of the powder at once, causing a chain reaction resulting in a singular, massive explosion. The guild calls this move supernova, as it reminded many scholars of that most violent astronomical event. The Lunastra's approach is more sophisticated. As its body heats up, air pockets form around it as a result of temperature gradients. When the time is right, the Lunastra ignites its powder like the Teostra, but instead of having it detonate on its body, it forces the powder into the air pockets, which burst outward in the process. The result is a massive wave of blue flame, as the burning powder is accelerated and dispersed by the bursting air pockets across a wide area, creating a sea of blue fire that emanates heat and pulses with wind pressure. Guild hunters call this attack Hellflare, as the deepest depths of the Inferno must look quite similar to the aftermath of this move. Their abilities make the Flame Dragons extremely dangerous, and due to their body temperature, their mere appearance is enough to cause immense damage to any ecosystem. But, luckily, they generally stay away from populated areas, and stick to remote volcanic regions. In the wild, one can observe slight behavioral differences between the sexes. While both are extremely aggressive and violent towards any kind of opponent, they express it in different ways. The male Teostra is proactive and curious, actively investigating its surroundings. This makes it a slightly more problematic creature, as it has, on occasion, wandered into human settlements looking to snack on their store of gunpowder, a delicious treat in the eyes of the flame dragons. In the old world, the Teostra is quite feared, as it will attack almost immediately upon spotting anything it perceives as worth fighting. Curiously, the Teostra found in the New World are much more relaxed, and generally more averse to open conflict with anything that isn't a fellow Elder Dragon. The female Lunastra, meanwhile, is a guarded, vigilant dragon, always on the lookout, bordering on paranoid. That is why Lunastra sightings are much rarer comparatively. Lunastra are also known to maintain their flame shroud at almost all times, even when not in overt danger, as opposed to the Teostra, which only activates it in response to a threat. When forced to battle, a Lunastra is more ferocious than her partner, its vigilance blossoming into cruel wrath. In the Old World, Lunastra were however also known to be quite skittish. Should a fight drag on, the female dragon would often flee instead of prolonging the encounter, a calculated move to minimize effort on her part. The guild even had to establish a rule at one point that only one hunter may face a Lunastra at a time, since a larger group would scare the dragon away again. This behavior is completely absent in New World Lunastra, which will always stand their ground to the bitter end. The New World was, in general, a breakthrough for the study of flame dragons, mostly because it was the first time a mating pair had been identified. While footprints and abandoned nests found on the eastern continent of Funron had long since confirmed that the Teostra and Lunastra do in fact mate, it wasn't until 50 years into the New World expedition that the two dragons were observed pairing up. The resulting insights into their behavior and courtship rituals are to this day some of the most influential work the guild has ever compiled. Teostra and Lunastra seem to pair up for life, and their union is preceded by a meticulous courtship phase. First, the male Teostra must find a lava lake or similar location of sorts. Then, by carefully melting and then cooling rock and lava on top of each other, the male forms a sort of island in the lake, a rocky platform amidst the lava. This arena serves as a proving ground for the male's control over its flame. A lava lake is unstable and chaotic, with random eruptions that rearrange the landscape constantly. To build a nest here and maintain it is the mark of a true master of flame, and the tidier and flatter this plateau is, the more attractive the Teostra is to any visiting Lunastra. The dragons then shake their manes as they inspect each other, and researchers have noted that Teostras with larger manes seem to have more success than those with smaller ones. Once the partnership is established, the two dragons become inseparable, with the Lunastra surveying the skies while the Teostra prowls the ground. The most spectacular expression of their partnership comes when both dragons are engaged in a fight against a common enemy. The pair will synchronize its shroud cycle such that they both reach criticality at the same time. The two then unleash their ultimate moves together, Teostra's supernova merging with Lunastra's hellflare into a devastating double explosion. While this is terrible for whatever unfortunate souls the pair was fighting, the dragons use this moment to reaffirm their bond to each other. It appears reasonable to assert that this pairing behavior is key to the life of flame dragons. This makes the fact that it has never been seen in Old World individuals all the more baffling. Some scholars suggested that the flame dragons found in the New World were a regional variation that simply pairs up more frequently and openly, while the Old World variation is more reclusive. There was some merit to the idea, as New World flame dragons displayed a few physiological and behavioral differences. The Teostra is better at flying, the Lunastra is more aggressive, both are more agile and both have more hair on their bodies, including a larger mane. These could be indicators of speciation or at the very least regional variation. However, a counter-hypothesis was proposed recently, one that has become quite dominant. The differences between Old World and New World flame dragons might actually be age-related. A more developed mane, a better grasp of one's physical abilities, a deeper expression of one's personality. These could be signs of more mature individuals of the species. The hypothesis thus postulates that the flame dragons of the New World are individuals that have reached sexual maturity. That would explain why no pairs were ever seen in the Old World. Those dragons are simply too young on average. Once they are strong enough to fly across the sea, they migrate to the new continent and meet up to begin their courtship. This might also explain why the Lunastra is so aggressive, as she might be affected by hormonal changes that are related to the mating season. This also fits nicely with the established fact that the New World's Elder Crossing tends to attract older dragons on average. Why the flame dragons would migrate instead of just pairing up in the Old World is, however, still a mystery, and no convincing theories have thus far been constructed. The effort to understand Elder Dragons may just be the single most practical benefit of the Hunters Guild's existence. The ability to predict and contain wandering calamities has protected humanity for generations now, after all. However, it is by far not the only boon. One must remember that the Hunters Guild is not the name of one large cohesive organization, but rather an umbrella term of many local guilds that collaborate closely to form a collective network. As research and hunting efforts grew, more and more organizations joined in, bound themselves to the conglomerate we now call the Hunters Guild. Before long, the sheer volume of manpower and resources available to this collective outshined any other in recorded history. Many scholars, hunters, and administrators thus realized that they could do so much more than just collect notes on how to defeat dragons and repel wyverns. And so, the operations of the guild were expanded to encompass all sorts of research and study, from engineering to medicine to economics, all to protect and progress man and wyverian kind. One of the earliest expansions was the guild's foray into archaeology. Through their attempts at unraveling myths and legends to discover more monsters, many guild representatives had already come into favorable contact with archaeological and historical organizations. It soon became clear that there would be much to learn from those disciplines, as every known continent is downright littered with ruins of ancient civilizations, their secrets yet untouched. And so, before long, the guild began collaborating with archaeological efforts to launch hunter-led expeditions into various ruins and dig sites. There were plenty to choose from, as the world had not been home to just one, but rather to countless different ancient civilizations. From the ruined island temples of the ancient Mogans, to the bloodied remnants of Old Kamura, to the mysterious lost people of the Everwood, the known world was full of the unknown. But no mystery, no historical thread could ever compare to the tantalizing allure of Fonron, the eastern continent. While various areas of the central continent held spots and blotches of ancient ruins, the entire northern zone of Fonron was believed to be covered in multiple ruined cities. Across the horizon, as far as the eyes could see, traces of a world long gone. It was thus only natural that many expeditions were sent into Fonron. Through their work on Tigrex and Nargacuga research, the guild already had some experience venturing into the continent, and had even made some tentative contact with the reclusive indigenous population. However, none of the natives were willing to venture near the ruined cities, warning the guild of the dangers that lurked near the central tower especially. The guild took additional precautions, but, perhaps foolishly, did nonetheless venture deeper into the ruins. For a time, it was a buffet of insights, ancient knowledge being recovered essentially daily with no real trouble. A few fierce monsters did approach the camp here and there, but nothing the assigned hunters could not handle. Then, one day, teams began to go missing. Suddenly, contact with the team would cut out, and when hunters were dispatched to check on them, all they would find is their notes, and sometimes their shoes. Aside from that, these researchers would vanish without a trace. No struggle or monster tracks would be found. They were just gone. Around the same time, some of the survey teams on Fonron began reporting a bizarre sight: a floating island hovering above the skies of a ruined city. At first, these reports were entirely unexplainable, but one day, the main team in charge of the Fonron expedition sighted the island as well. It was a massive ball of soil with 6 hanging vines floating high above the ground. Such an unprecedented phenomena just had to be studied, and so the researchers rushed after it, following it all the way to the central tower, at the top of which the island halted its movement. While some scholars rushed up the broken stairs to see the anomaly up close, some stayed behind. Their curiosity beckoned them upwards, but there was an instinct, an ancient impulse, screaming at them to stay away. Those that raced to the top of the tower were greeted by an otherworldly sight: an island floating right there in front of them. Immediately, they went to work, climbing on top of it and collecting samples, sketching its size and calculating its flight path. Then, a flash of light, and one of the researchers exploded mid-scream. Before the others had time to react, one by one, they were hit by small, flying wisps of light that vaporized their bodies on impact. The island roared, it opened its eyes. It had been a gigantic monster all along. The remaining team members rushed away and escaped the creature, which had begun floating away again. It was only under intense interrogation that these survivors even told the guild of the story in the first place. They had sworn never to think of it or any monster research ever again. This event shook the upper levels of the guild thoroughly. Across all of their research, no scholar or expert had ever encountered anything like this. Moreover, the guild wasn't quite sure how to move forward on this. The creature in question had vanished, and tracking something that can vaporize a human instantly is an extremely dangerous task. One scholar proposed to scour the archives of old monster reports that the guild had received to see if any unresolved cases matched the description of this bizarre attacker. This ended up being a smart move, and old reports matching this case were indeed dug up. These sightings had mostly occurred on the eastern coast of the central continent, especially in Terosu's jungles. The reports all described some manner of floating squid or octopus, massive and covered in plants. While the exact details of its appearance varied greatly, it was better than nothing. Carefully, the guild mounted research investigations that surveyed the skies between Terosu and Fonron, and, soon enough, more sightings of the creature emerged. Before long, the guild was able to compile a tentative file on the monster, and classified it as an elder dragon named Yama Tsukami. By all metrics, the Yama Tsukami is perhaps the most unusual creature ever discovered in guild history, even to this day. Nothing matching its body shape or anatomy has ever been found. The Yama Tsukami is a massive, ball-shaped elder dragon with 4 long tentacles and 2 whiskers. Its eyes are on its back, and its mouth is on its underside. Its back is entirely covered with plants, and it is entirely unknown what the creature looks like without this cover of foliage. The immense danger of approaching it has made researching it quite difficult, but a few morsels of knowledge have been established. The Yama Tsukami appears to be quite old. For vegetation to grow on it like this, its life must be long. Some scholars have even nicknamed it the oldest dragon, but the guild does not officially endorse that title as of now. The first feature of the dragon that the guild investigated was the way it moves. The Yama Tsukami floats in the air like a balloon, never touching the ground of its own volition. It does this by expelling a light gas from its body using a specialized set of gills on its underside. While it usually floats around slowly, the Yama Tsukami can accelerate drastically, moving faster than one would expect from such an enormous creature. The gas that allows for this is a byproduct of the Yama Tsukami's diet. The dragon floats around in search for a suitable feeding spot. Once it has found one, the giant mouth opens, revealing a set of disturbingly human-like teeth. With maw agape, the Yama Tsukami inhales air with tremendous force, as if a giant vacuum had just opened up in the sky. The suction of this behavior is immense, and the dragon uses it to suck up trees, hills, mounds of earth, and entire lakes all in one swoop. It appears that it can digest just about anything. The guild has, unfortunately, been able to confirm that this also includes humans. A handful of researchers have been lost to the Yama Tsukami's appetite. Once inside the body, the dragon's meal decomposes into its flight gas, fueling the ability further. This feeding behavior is the most problematic part of the dragon's existence, as it can devastate ecosystems within mere minutes by sucking them up and leaving behind a wasteland. But not everything that is sucked up is digested. Great thunderbugs are a species of beetle, similar to thunder and fulgur bugs, that are native to Terosu and Fronron. Like their cousins, great thunderbugs can store and release electricity, but they're generally skittish and not inclined to aggression. For whatever reason, great thunderbugs that are swallowed by a Yama Tsukami are not digested. Some scholars have theorized that their shell may be uniquely resistant to whatever compound the dragon uses as a digestive fluid, but this hasn't been confirmed yet. The result of this, however, is that great thunderbugs usually survive being sucked up and begin living inside the dragon's body. While this provides them with safety, it also changes them. Perhaps due to the unique environment inside of an elder dragon's body, the great thunderbugs become exceptionally strong and aggressive, storing enormous amounts of electricity in the process. This serves the Yama Tsukami well, and opens up a new offensive ability. When bothered or threatened, the dragon can spit out these great thunderbugs towards its target. Mad with rage and seething with thunder, the bugs scream towards the nearest target and release all of their stored electricity in a blinding detonation on contact. This blast can easily disintegrate a human instantly, and it was this attack that vaporized those poor researchers that first discovered the Yama Tsukami. This symbiotic relationship with great thunderbugs thus grants the dragon another devastating ability. And yet, expeditions to research it continued despite the risks, because researchers remained fascinated with it. On a few occasions, daring scholars were able to jump onto the back of a sleeping Yama Tsukami to explore the flora growing on it. The back of the dragon secretes a thick black fluid that has been found to be extremely nutrient-rich, a fertilizer that aids in the growth of these plants. Beyond that, it seems to also empower them, as plants taken from a Yama Tsukami's back are imbued with an energy similar to that found in elder dragon blood. Most curiously, the actual species of plants and flowers found here are completely unrelated to any flora seen in Terosu or Fronron, implying that the travel range of the Yama Tsukami is much wider than has so far been determined. Unfortunately, much remains unknown about the creature. Despite its size, the Yama Tsukami is extremely elusive, and it has been several decades since the last sighting occurred. On the bright side, this dragon does not appear near human settlements often. While it has rarely been spotted as far west as the gates of Dundorma, it mostly avoids populated areas and thus poses little immediate threat. But it nonetheless remains etched into the minds of anyone who reads of its discovery, the floating guardian of the East, whose wisps of light turn humans to ash within seconds. Any expedition into Funron must thus consider the risk of encountering a Yama Tsukami, however unlikely it may be. It is impossible to imagine what the Hunters Guild, and humanity at large, would be today without the work done during the second generation. Would we all have perished in some Elder Dragon incident? Or would we have lived on, ignorant of so many vibrant, amazing creatures living just east of us? The fact of reality is, the dedication and ambition of those researchers and hunters lives on even today, as their works remain the foundation for much of what we now know of monsters and of our home. The world may seem incalculably complex, but before the combined drive of human and Wyverian minds, it too gives way, revealing its secrets slowly but steadily. Hello everyone, and thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry this one took so long, but as you can probably tell from the size and scope of this video, this was quite a task. I hope you enjoyed, and I will hear from you soon again after I go sleep for however long it takes me to recover from this. I want to give very special thanks to the lovely people in the Monster Hunter lore community who've helped me out with this. BannedLagiacrus, Gagiru Celtas, Zugzwang, Goji, everyone, Lutyranus, Dissy, everyone who's helped out and who's worked on the lore before. Very, very special thank you. Special thank you to KarlTheKrab, whose reshade preset really helped bring the look of this video together. And of course, a big thank you to all of my lovely patrons. I want to especially thank Regal Eagle, Ronger97, Quali, Elzendo Carlo, My Name Gone, The Dollarfish, Yamiroth, Andre, Ryan Hook, Veraxis, Thick, Kuroneko, Zion HV Augenson, AJ Rivera, Alistair, Jacob the Numbnut, Soruka, King Greatest, Sir Newt, Evie, Rambling Robin, Black Ace 202, Dissy, Habo Himbro Mirror, Magenta, Danilo Villavicencio, Arcturian 711, Russell, Person 212, Claire Miboon, Oakwood Tree, Mr. Pyramid, Makoto 2, Geo, Jamie Tate, Nils Schlatter, Iron Camel, Nah, I'm Going to Bed, MH1 Have One Too, Shebo, Matthew Chung, Hashi, Hellbug Hunter, and the Baka Potato. Thank you guys again, and I'll see you around. Take care, my friends.